high-ticket client. If you are not able to make your first AI film in the matter of just 4 hours, he will refund your money 110%. My name is Kulwant Nagi and I'm a very small town guy from Fatehabad, Haryana.
Scandinavian countries have always been admired and desired for immigration by citizens of less developed countries. In these regions, people receive high-quality education, there is a strong social welfare system, and the local people are known for their attractive appearance. These countries are peaceful and have a harmonious relationship with nature. Sweden, in particular, is one of the most sought-after countries in the world for immigration. So, are the Scandinavian countries and Sweden a dream destination as described, or is it slightly exaggerated? In this video, we will cover various aspects of Sweden and leave the judgment to you. Firstly, Sweden has a massive land area of 528,000 square kilometers. I said massive because compared to other European countries, this land area is huge. The good thing about the matter is that in such a peaceful and vast geography, only 11 million people live here. To put it in perspective, consider having a similar land area to Spain, Thailand, and the state of California, and you only have 11 million people, while Thailand has 50 million people, Spain has 72 million, and 40 million people live in California. This proves that Sweden has a relatively low population density and much tranquility. For instance, according to a 2024 research conducted by corporate companies such as CNN and Forbes, Sweden was ranked as the 4th happiest country in the world. The fact that such studies are being shared with the world suggests that even people who have never been to Sweden think it is a perfect country. Another notable aspect of the country is that it has not been involved in a war since 1814. In other words, they were able to avoid disasters such as World War I and World War II and quietly continued to develop. In contrast, other countries suffered losses of both people and money due to wars. As a result, despite receiving a large number of immigrants, they are not in the midst of great chaos. The people are well-groomed and enjoy a high standard of living. Their main challenges are the extremely cold climate and tax rates reaching 60%. In addition to this, the water here is so clean that you can drink directly from the taps and use the fountains for drinking water without any worries. In fact, there is no sign of lime in the water sources, and even people living in areas with high standards of living can drink tap water without any concerns. Moreover, Sweden is one of the regions where beneficial plants such as blueberries and herbs used for making tea naturally grow. The locals collect these natural herbs and fruits to make tea and protect themselves from cold weather. On the other hand, since human rights are fundamental in Sweden, you cannot see any physical punishment given to children especially. At the same time, companies like IKEA, Volvo, and Epidemic Sound originated in Sweden and have stayed true to their roots. Despite Volvo being produced by a Chinese company for the last decade, it still carries the Swedish brand and continues to produce durable luxury cars. In terms of architecture, I do not know your expectations from a country, but in Sweden, roads are notably clean, and modern buildings often feature brick red or cream-colored with high-contrast color tones. Suppose you come from an area with little to no European architecture influence, the triangular roofed houses, reminiscent of Swedish castles, and the medieval atmosphere they bring to the city can captivate you. In the capital city, Stockholm, people are generally busy with business activities. The atmosphere is calm, there is no life chaos, and no traffic congestion. Some go to work on foot, while others ride bikes or use electric scooters without needing a car. I should mention that owning a good car in Sweden is easy, similar to other European countries. While in many Middle Eastern and South American countries, when you buy a car, you also pay taxes to the state as much as the price of a car. In Sweden, you can buy a second-hand, low-mileage new model Volvo for between $10,000 and $15,000 without paying high taxes. Swedes mostly prefer large vehicles with wagon-style trunks. This is because they can fit their children, tents, and other supplies inside. In a country with forests, lakes, and pristine natural areas, the people of Sweden spend their weekends with their children in these spacious cars, enjoying barbecues or hiking activities. It is worth mentioning that Sweden has more than 220,000 islands. Ferries and boat tours are available from Stockholm to these islands. However, many of these islands have no settlement and are as deserted as possible. Even if the islands do not interest you, watching Stockholm while traveling on the sea will give you a unique sense of peace. For those moving to Sweden from lively, entertainment-loving countries like Italy, Germany, or Ukraine, the daily routine in Stockholm might seem a bit dull. Life there is focused on work and tranquility. However, coming to Sweden from a Middle Eastern or African country might feel like heaven due to the quality of life. The quality of life in Sweden and the low crime rates are much better compared to African and Middle Eastern countries. People, including women, can comfortably walk the streets at night, with the probability of someone harassing them being less than 1%. In other words, the country is extremely safe, and crime rates are low compared to worldwide averages. For example, according to current research, Sweden ranks 118th among countries with the highest crime rates. Moreover, most of the crimes in the country are committed by immigrants rather than local people, as the high taxes can be difficult for outsiders to bear. For instance, if you move to Sweden and work as a freelancer, you will face a significant tax rate of up to 50% for the money deposited into your bank account, which can be quite challenging for those coming from outside the country. Despite these challenges, it is worth noting that Swedish people are considered to have some of the most beautiful races in the world. Everyone has different tastes when it comes to beauty, but when comparing European countries, it's often said that Swedes are truly beautiful and handsome. Every man you see on the streets or in parks could easily pass for a film actor. They are typically tall, blonde, and dress very elegantly. Both young and elderly men are well-groomed, which is not so common in many other countries. Swedish men, in general, are not focused on entertainment, but are more inclined towards leading a serious life. They are not interested in casual flings. Rather, they are seeking a serious relationship or marriage, according to the people we have spoken to. However, if you are a woman in Sweden, don't get too excited by this because Swedish women are just as beautiful as the men. For immigrants, it can be challenging to feel confident among these people who are cultured, well-educated, and very good-looking. For example, women in Sweden don't tend to be too thin or too overweight. They generally have well-proportioned body shapes due to regular exercise. They often have natural ash blonde hair, and the majority of them have blue eyes. It is also said that Tinder is intensively used in the country. For those unfamiliar with Tinder, it is a dating app where you swipe right if you like someone, and if the person you liked also swipes right on your profile, you match and can then meet up. This is a popular way for people, particularly immigrants, to flirt and connect in Sweden, as it can be challenging to meet new people in person due to the serious social atmosphere and fear of rejection. If you're not interested in using dating apps, Sweden also has a strong interest in activities like salsa dancing. Additionally, one of Stockholm's most beautiful features is its location on the banks of Lake Mälaren and the Baltic Sea. Stockholm is just as close to the capitals of Finland and Estonia, Helsinki and Tallinn. The Baltic Sea is located between these three capitals, and you can also travel by sea to the beautiful capitals of these three countries. You will experience a similar way of life and climate in all three countries. For instance, in all three countries, the oxygen ratio in the air is much higher than the rest of the world. The population is low, the architecture is impressive, and the people are well-educated and beautiful. Sweden, for example, has a high oxygen ratio due to its 69% forest cover. These forests contain a high number of pine trees and various plants, so you can always breathe fresh oxygen. It is said that only 3% of Sweden's land area is made up of cities. Additionally, in urban areas, there is a strong presence of trees, and many parks can be found in the cities. Swedes like to live close to trees, flowers, and insects. Even when constructing buildings, they strive to maintain the surrounding habitat. In other words, They are in harmony with nature, which is a part of their culture. The national anthem of Sweden includes praises for nature with verses like, "My beautiful country, I greet our sky, our sun, and our green lands." While we continue to discuss the positive aspects of Sweden, let's also address some negative situations so the entire video isn't perceived as Swedish propaganda. Despite the high quality of life, socializing in Sweden can be expensive, with tea or coffee at a cafe costing $5 or $6 and a portion of pasta priced at $25. Particularly in the wake of the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the prices of basic goods like cereals and coffee have significantly increased upon entering the country. Swedes have experienced a sudden 10% inflation rate. As a result, dining out or enjoying coffee at a cafe has become expensive for both visitors and local people. However, some people see the situation this way. If you earn Swedish krona in Sweden, it's normal to spend Swedish krona when shopping and pay accordingly. If you earn Swedish krona but in your mind convert it into less valuable currencies when spending, the cost of living there will seem very expensive to you. It's a fact that Sweden's economy is also one of the weakest among the European Union countries. This fact may be a surprise to you, but if you look at various research rankings among European Union countries, you'll see that Sweden is generally at the bottom of various statistical rankings. Yes, they have a stable economy, but the cost of living is extremely high. For example, electricity prices in the country have increased fivefold from last year to today. There's also a 9% inflation in food. 80% of the people are significantly affected by the price increases in all areas of life in the last year. Despite all, immigrants are fond of Sweden. Immigrants who have been granted residence permits in Sweden form more elite backgrounds compared to the ones in places like London. Those living in Sweden understand very well what I mean, because immigrants there are generally more intelligent, better educated, composed, and hard-working than those in London and New York. To the extent that immigrants who almost need to learn Swedish in order to stay in the country pick up the language rapidly and achieve high scores in language exams. Additionally, those who relocate to Sweden with their families smoothly integrate into the Swedish lifestyle and culture and are not adversely affected by the process of adaptation. Particularly Africans are quite successful in this regard and wholeheartedly embrace the norms of Sweden. Sweden is home to a diverse population, including Syrians, Iranians, and Arabs, as well as some blonde, blue-eyed people from Russia and Ukraine. Immigrants often describe it as the best country in the world, but those who struggle with the high cost of living in cities like Stockholm often opt for a more rural lifestyle. One example is Skansen, a charming village south of Stockholm that serves as an open-air museum showcasing Sweden's historical way of life. If you want to immerse yourself in ducks, streams, lush nature, and the sounds of birds and insects, heading south is recommended, as the north experiences harsher weather. These regions are often inhabited by people over 50, as younger family members tend to move to Stockholm for career opportunities. Kindly share your thoughts in the comment section about Sweden, and be sure to give a thumbs up to support the channel. See you in the next one. Goodbye.
Stop browsing flights and start booking them. Fly Emirates Business Class. Enjoy regional fine dining and an unforgettable experience all the way. Wherever you're flying, if you're going there, so are we.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on.
Sweden, 10 million people, the fifth largest country in Europe, about the size of California. But this small northern nation has given the world more than almost any country its size. Nobel Prize, ABBA, IKEA, Spotify, Minecraft, the three-point seatbelt that saved over 1 million lives. All from a country that's 63% forest with 100,000 lakes. Here are 5 things that will change how you see Sweden. 1. There's a park where the sun never sets for 6 weeks in summer, and the sky burns green at 2 a.m. in winter. 2. There are 400,000 moose out there, heavier than a polar bear, and sometimes they get drunk. 3. A piece of Delaware was once a Swedish colony before America existed. 4. There's one Swedish word, 5 letters, that has quietly changed how millions live around the world. And 5, there's a hotel completely rebuilt every year out of ice from a frozen river. Let's begin with the land where the sun refuses to sleep. Picture this. You're flying over Sweden at sunset. Below you, there's forest, endless forest. Lakes scattered like mirrors catching the pink sky. Thousands of small islands rising out of the Baltic Sea. And it just keeps going. Sweden covers about 174,000 square miles, roughly the size of California, but stretched long and narrow. From south to north, it runs 977 miles. Imagine driving from Miami to Boston without leaving the same country. 63% of Sweden is forest, around 23 million hectares. That's about the size of the entire United Kingdom, covered in pine, spruce, and birch. You've got over 100,000 lakes, 95,000 of them are safe to swim in. You've got 24,000 islands along the coast, and Stockholm's archipelago alone has 30,000 islands. That's roughly 40 times the size of Manhattan. The highest peak is Kebnekai's 6,890 feet. That's nearly 1,000 feet taller than Mount St. Helens in Washington state. And if you really want wilderness, there's Sarek National Park, often called Europe's last true wilderness, 100 miles of it, with no roads at all. Now, the climate. Southern Sweden is temperate, pleasant summers, mild winters. But the north, that's subarctic. Winter lasts 5 months. Snow starts falling in November and doesn't leave until May. And that's where things get magical. Above the Arctic Circle, the sun doesn't set for 6 full weeks in summer, from late May to mid-July. Locals call it the midnight sun. Then, in December and January, it doesn't rise for about a month. That period is called the polar night, but it's not truly dark. The snow reflects the moon and stars into something Swedes call blue hour, a soft, dreamlike twilight that lasts for hours. And in that darkness, the sky burns. The Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis. Abisko National Park is officially ranked among the top 3 places on Earth to see them. But we'll get there soon. Here's one more thing you should know. Sweden is still rising. Literally. The land Stockholm sits on is lifting about 5 millimeters every year, a slow rebound from the last ice age. Old people here remember a different coastline. Villages that were once seaside now sit a mile inland. And there's a law you won't find anywhere else. It's called Allemansrätten, the right to roam. Any person, Swedish or foreign, can walk across private land, camp on it, pick berries and mushrooms from it, as long as you don't disturb the owner's yard or step on their crops. Imagine this in America or almost anywhere else. It doesn't exist. That's Sweden's foundation. Not a country that tames nature, a country that lets it be and shares it with everyone. Even in the cities, you're never more than a few minutes from a forest, a lake, or a shore. And when you leave the concrete behind, the silence hits you first, then the smell of pine, then the light. Sweden teaches you that quiet isn't the absence of something. It's a gift you forgot you needed. Before we continue our wonderful journey to Sweden, let me know what time it is, where you're watching, and which country you're in. Drop it in the comments below. Now sit back, relax, and let's enjoy this journey together. Now let's meet the people who live in this quiet paradise. Only 10.6 million Swedes exist, fewer than LA and NYC combined. They're descendants of the Vikings, the Svea tribe, from 500 AD. That's where the name Sverige comes from. 90% speak fluent English. Trust levels here are among the highest in the world. People leave bags on cafe tables and come back to find them exactly where they left them. But the Swedish secret is one word: lagom. Say it, lagom. Roughly just the right amount. Not too much, not too little. It comes from a Viking phrase, laget om, passing the mead horn, so everyone gets a fair share. Lagom shapes everything. Houses that aren't too big. Cars that aren't too fancy. Work hours that end on time. Sweden is one of the top 10 happiest countries in the world, not because Swedes have the most, but because they've decided they have enough. Then there's Fika, F-E-E-K, twice a day at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Coffee, a cinnamon bun, real conversation. Sweden is the second highest coffee-consuming country on Earth, 39 gallons per person a year. Cinnamon Bun Day is a national holiday. Now, Swedish women. Sweden ranks #1 in the EU for gender equality. It was the first country in the world to ban corporal punishment of children, 1979. Parents share 480 days of parental leave. Hollywood has loved Swedish women for a century. Greta Garbo, Ingrid Bergman, Alicia Vikander, Oscar winner, 2015. Rebecca Ferguson from Dune and Mission Impossible. And Selma Lagerlöf, the first woman ever to win the Nobel Prize in Literature, 1909, before American women had the right to vote. And finally, the world changes. Alfred Nobel invented dynamite and became rich. Then a French newspaper mistakenly published his obituary while he was still alive, calling him a merchant of death. Nobel read his own funeral notice, rewrote his will, and left his fortune to create the Nobel Prize. There's Max Martin, a Stockholm kid who became the most successful pop producer of all time. Taylor Swift, Britney Ariana, Ed Sheeran, all him. There's Volvo, inventor of the three-point seatbelt in 1959. Instead of patenting it for profit, Volvo gave it away free to every automaker on Earth. Over 1 million lives saved. Spotify, Skype, Minecraft, Bluetooth, all Swedish. 10 million people punching way above their weight. You've made it through the first part of our journey. If you're loving Sweden so far, drop a 1 in the comments below. Because what's coming next are the incredible things you don't want to miss. Stay with me, my friend.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with Toonby, you can generate a high-converting video just like the one you're watching right now.
But instead of telling you about how amazing Toonby really is, why don't I just show you? Let's say we want a bee explaining the law of gravity. Just paste it, as strange as it sounds,
And boom, in 1 second you have everything created. Let's say that maybe you want a discount promo video for an online app. Just type that and our AI will take care of that for you. Or a real-world example. Create a "We are open" video for my coffee shop. Amazing, right? And remember, this isn't just animation. This is AI-powered storytelling. Creating cartoon videos has never, ever been easier. If you can click a mouse, you can create studio-quality cartoon videos in minutes. Every animation in this video was generated with Toonbee, and you're still watching. That proves how engaging cartoon videos truly are. Cartoon videos educate better, capture attention longer, and convert faster, making them one of the smartest investments you can make for your business. So here's the deal. If you visited toonbee.ai right now, you'd see that Toonbee is sold as a monthly service. But today, on this page, you have a rare opportunity. We're offering Toonbee for a single one-time payment. However, this deal is limited to just 1,000 users. Once we hit that number, Toonbee goes back to monthly pricing. And honestly, even at a monthly price, it would still be a steal. Outsourcing just one animated video could cost more than this entire offer. I'm so confident you'll love the videos you create that I'm making this a completely risk-free decision. If you use Toonbee and decide it's not for you, you get your money back, no questions asked. So now that you have zero risk, click the Buy Now button below and lock in your one-time access before it disappears. Let's quickly recap why you should get Toonbee today. Create breathtaking cartoon videos. Turn any idea into a fully animated story. Generate scripts automatically with AI. Produce voiceovers and music instantly. Skip complicated editing forever. Save thousands on production. Capture more attention. Increase engagement and drive more sales. So if you're ready to create studio-grade cartoon videos for a fraction of what agencies charge, click the button below and get Toonbee right now. Transform your ideas into unforgettable animated stories today. Click below to secure your one-time offer. Join thousands of creators with no recurring fees. And I truly can't wait to see what you create inside Toonbee. See you in the members area.
Don't sit next to me.
Why?
Because you're stinky.
Mark, I had a question about...
Henderson numbers came in. You need to see this. She brought those Indian sweets again. Whole break room smells like a takeaway. 9 years and she still can't get through a sentence without trailing off. Won't be much longer.
Sit down, Priya. We've been reviewing the team. We have concerns.
What kind?
The way you show up in rooms, you trail off, you let people talk over you. Leadership needs to hear you. Right now, they don't.
How long do I have?
28 days. Articulation training. Stop opening with sorry. Stop ending with does that make sense? I did it 2 years ago. 5 months later, I had the VP offer.
How do I start?
Tonight, 9 minutes. Rise guy.
You think she'll last 28 days? 9 years. She won't go quietly. Then we make every meeting count against her. Put her on the spot. Watch her freeze.
I think maybe we could consider...
Stop. You lost conviction before you made a point. Lead with certainty. Again.
Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I do about it.
Good. Now hold that when someone pushes back.
I've been looking at the Henderson approach. We need to...
We covered this last quarter. Let's not overcomplicate it.
I'd like to finish. Last quarter cost us 12% in the Western region. I have 3 changes. 5 minutes, then decide. Go ahead.
That thing you did, cutting me off.
I didn't cut you off. I finished my sentence.
People listen to you differently now. You're different.
I trained my voice, Mark, 28 days. Now I speak up for myself, something you were counting on me never doing.
The Henderson strategy up 34% in the Western region. Priya built it. Effective immediately. Priya fought for it. She's our new Senior Director of Operations and Strategy.
Priya, I just wanted to say...
I know what you wanted, Mark. It didn't work.
I'm 47 and my boss says I have the best articulation on the team. I started training 9 minutes a day 4 months ago. Nobody knows that's my secret. If you want to just look busy, read books. If you want to actually sound smart and take the leadership, train your speaking skills.
How long does it take to articulate thoughts into words more clearly with articulation training?
How old are you?
I'm 47. oh, perfect. By the end of June, you won't even recognize yourself. But what if my mind literally goes blank in the middle of presentation? It's designed exactly for people like you, professionals over 40, with untrained communication skills. But isn't reading books better? After 20, reading only keeps you busy and it doesn't train real-time responses. Articulation training builds the reflexes that organize your thoughts before you speak. Do I need any equipment? No, just your phone and 15 minutes a day. In 3 days, you'll know how to practice communication in the most effective way. On day 7, you'll sound more eloquent and confident. On day 14, you'll be the best speaker in any room. So what's the first step? Tap the screen, take the test, and start tomorrow.
Most people think communication is just chit-chat, but in reality, it's one of the most powerful skills you can master. The way you speak reveals how you think, how confident you are, and how other people perceive you. Once you understand how to train it, you can strengthen your presence, express yourself clearly, and connect with anyone. Ready to become unrecognizable? Take the quick test now and get a personalized communication mastery plan. Just tap the screen and get started.
There is a country that is often lauded by politicians all around the world. A place where taxes are high, but companies build worldwide recognition. A joyful land where it is frequently claimed the state, not the market, provides everything you need and regulates everything you don't. The proof that democratic socialism is the answer. But could this country in reality be one of the most capitalist in the world?
In August 2025, we conducted a poll in the United States and Germany to learn what people think about Sweden. We asked 2 questions. Is Sweden more or less capitalist than the United States? And which one has more billionaires relative to the population? The results were as expected. Most people think that the United States is a more capitalist country than Sweden. 82% in Germany and 86% in the United States. And also the majority of respondents think that there are more billionaires in the United States than in Sweden. 74% in Germany and almost 90% of respondents in the United States. Today we are in Sweden to see if this opinion is true. Is Sweden a paradise of democratic socialism? Or is its wealth based on free market capitalism?
Whenever I hear that Sweden is a socialist country,
Like Sweden.
in Sweden, I feel like, oh, not again.
The socialist policies of the 70s were a huge monumental failure. Even the Social Democrats wanted to get away from.
Sweden is a place that has been radically transforming its economy over the last 30 years. While many people still see Sweden as it was in the 1970s, this view may be long outdated.
And if you haven't heard about this transformation, this documentary is for you.
You are about to discover a country that has done away with inheritance, gift and wealth taxes, home to outstanding entrepreneurs and a remarkable financial system. Sweden is not perfect in every respect, but much is very different from what you may have imagined.
This is one of the biggest tourist attractions in Stockholm. Here you can see a 17th century warship in all its glory. In 1628 it was presented to the king Gustav II Adolf. It looked beautiful, people were cheering. But just 20 minutes later, with the first strong winds, it started to sink and hit the bottom. It was a shameful disaster. In the 1960s, Sweden, which was already one of the wealthiest and fastest growing countries in the world, started its romance with democratic socialism. At the beginning, everything looked great, but sometime later, the economy started sinking and almost reached the bottom. To understand how Sweden became a state that is able to redistribute so much today, we have to look at the source of its wealth. It's hard to believe, But in the first half of the 19th century, Sweden was one of the poorest countries in Europe.
Because Sweden is and has been an extraordinarily successful country, taking itself out of extreme poverty in the 1800s.
Sweden was a very regulated country. You still had guilds.
But in June 1864, the government gave Sweden freedom of trade. Now every adult citizen could open their own machine shop or store. Slowly things started to change, and Sweden began its long marathon to catch up with the rest of Europe.
Still, a huge number of people lived in extreme poverty, and many fled from Sweden to the USA in search of better opportunities.
When people left Sweden, the great exodus, who left? Well, it was the young, the ambitious, the people who wanted to achieve things in the world. I mean, they were dirt poor here. They went to America, the land of the free, to, get a better life. Fortunately, we had politicians that were ready to make reforms, and so they did. And a lot of liberal reforms were instituted after that sort of exodus.
Freedom of enterprise was introduced in 1865.
Through a series of market-oriented reforms, we were one of the first countries in Europe, if not the first country, to have an incorporation law with limited liability corporations, unleashed a flurry of companies in the late 1800s, early 1900s that today are companies that we know as Ericsson or Alfa Laval, global giants coming out of innovation.
From being way, way behind to one of the richest countries in the world.
The ones who stayed enjoyed record growth. From 1870 to 1970, Sweden had the second highest GDP per capita growth in the world. And all this with lower taxes and more economic freedom than the European average of the time.
During the first 50 years after the reforms, life expectancy increased by 26 years. Infant mortality went down 85%, and with each decade, the spending power of a worker grew 25%. People were allowed to realize their potential, exchange ideas, exchange products, take risks, change professions freely, but also speculate and invest.
But after almost a century of incredible growth, some politicians decided that the situation needed to be improved.
Sweden is a very good example of a country that, in a democratic fashion, moved towards socialism.
Some people thought that Sweden is a very homogeneous country, that we could have a system like a family. They talked about Sweden as folkhem, a home where everyone sort of lived together in the same home. And that was where we could try this kind of experiments.
Almost no corruption, high work ethics, and a society where everyone trusts each other.
Gunnar Myrdal was probably right. If there's a country in the world that would deal with socialism in a good way, it would be Sweden.
And so Sweden seemed to be the perfect country to test the ideas of democratic socialism. Could anything go wrong?
The 70s was a great time. I grew up in the 70s. It was a great time for other things, but it was not economically a great time for Sweden.
At the very beginning, there was plenty of wealth to be shared. People were willing to give. And no one expected that one day they would have to pay more than 100% taxes.
If you start out 1960, we had actually lower taxes than, for example, US or UK. But then Sweden embarked on a road where we increased taxes very sharply during the late 60s and the 70s. And actually, we went so far that our country took a lot of harm.
They were pushing Sweden to become much more of a planned economy. They also had this ambition of changing society by legislation. So they instituted a lot of laws. Employment protection is one of them. All these kind of things where they were trying to make society work better by, regulating it harder.
After a while, growth started to decline a little. Sweden was no longer one of the fastest growing countries in the world, but it was still doing very well. In 1970, Sweden was the fourth wealthiest country in the world.
The system continuously expanded, from 700,000 government employees in 1970 to 1,200,000 in 1975.
When I was young, it was like suspicious to be a private business owner.
When people said, he's an entrepreneur, that was said with suspicion.
Cheaters, they were like exploiting people.
Oh, he's an entrepreneur. He has a company car and his own company. Man, it's got to be some level of cheating. Where does this money come from?
We had it like a second exodus, but this time it wasn't sort of the poor and downtrodden that left. It was actually like the entrepreneurs, the well-off, people who earned so much money that, you know, they had a marginal tax rate over 100%. They left Sweden. Of course, taking all their money and ideas and entrepreneurship with them.
Ingvar Kamprad, the founder of IKEA, had not only to pay 85% income tax, but was also heavily taxed on his personal wealth. But he simply couldn't afford it. When he tried to sell some assets to pay all these taxes, the government imposed another new tax to make it even harder. This was the final straw, and Kamprad felt forced to leave Sweden. In January 1976, in this theater, the world-famous director Ingmar Bergman was arrested for suspected tax evasion. His house was searched, his passport confiscated, and he was grilled by the police for many hours. Finally, it became clear that he was not guilty. But it was all too much for him. After a mental breakdown, he spent over a month in hospital and decided to move to Germany.
We had taxes on a level that they felt they were not welcome here anymore, and they used the possibility to move to countries having a more reasonable level of taxes.
It's not hard to guess that none of Sweden's biggest companies were created during this era, and many ceased to exist. It no longer made sense to create and take risks.
There is a point where there are no incentives to work, no incentives to innovate.
Between 1970 and 1984, the public sector absorbed the entire growth of the Swedish workforce. The largest number of new jobs was created in social services. The entrepreneurs had less and less to say in their own businesses. The unions could decide a lot of things, for example, about the strategy of a company, as well as who to hire and who to fire.
I think one of the big mistakes Sweden made was the politicians didn't understand the importance of entrepreneurs.
They thought that we don't need them, they are a nuisance to have around, they're just creating a lot of envy and problems, they are not solidaristic. We can run companies without those guys, we can have an economy of business sectors without individual entrepreneurs.
Sweden certainly made a lot of socialist reforms. At some point, even we had a government decision to try to make all of Swedish enterprise sneakily become socialized with something called löntagarfonder.
In the 1970s, the idea of a wage earner fund was introduced. According to the rules, the company had to pay dividends to the unions that were later used to buy more shares in the same company. Step by step, the companies would belong more and more to the unions and less to the original owners.
The unions wanted to own companies.
A large part of the profit will have to be given to the trade unions, and you have to issue shares. So the better you performed, your company performed, the more rapidly you would lose your company.
And eventually those businesses will be controlled by the unions.
That was really sort of the drop, and it made Swedish businesses, for the first time in history, take to the streets, and we had like huge demonstrations.
Tens of thousands of people actually marched to Swedish Parliament and protested.
Over 100,000 people demonstrated in Sweden. I think it's quite extraordinary that business people go to the street and demonstrate, and I was even there myself. I was only 19 years at that time, but it was extraordinary experience to be part of that demonstration.
At some point, radical socialist policies alienated even those who were sympathetic to the Social Democrats' project.
Astrid Lindgren, the world-famous author of children's classics like Pippi Longstocking, always sympathized with the Social Democrats, but she felt outraged by the 102% marginal tax rate on her earnings in 1976. She expressed her anger in a satire on the Swedish tax system and published it in a tabloid newspaper.
This picture is where the Minister of Finance reading that article. Pomperipossa was a witch in this story in the country that she called Monismanian, a country where the government actually taxed people more than 100%.
Sweden's Minister of Finance, Gunnar Sträng, said that her numbers were wrong. And instead of writing about taxes, she should better go on writing children's books. But even Sweden's Prime Minister, Olof Palme, had to admit that Lindgren was correct and not his finance minister.
He took a big hit for this, and this contributed to shift the tax debate in Sweden quite a lot.
Exceptionally high taxes imposed on the rich are something that every socialist welcomes. But how is today's Swedish
What will I learn for 9 rupees?
Number one thing that you're going to get at 9 rupees is you're going to be a certified AI tools and AI agents expert, because you'll be able to automate 95% of your
You comfortable, but what is life without a little bit excitement? Everybody was looking at me like something was wrong.
If you want to be generous and say, okay, I pay that one, you are broken, for 2 months you cannot go out anymore.
You might get some sun, oh, it's gone.
Hello everyone and welcome to the newest video. Today's video is about a country that I love focusing on so much on this channel, and it's Sweden. Now, last time I was in Sweden, I didn't get a chance to talk to any foreigners about their experiences, which is why we decided to make a new video featuring Sweden in the winter. I've got my host Ana Luisa. She's a Brazilian who moved to Sweden to be with her Swedish boyfriend. So she's a foreigner interviewing foreigners, which I think makes it even better. Hope you guys enjoy this. Let me know what you think about it in the comments below. And let's get on with the video.
Tell me your name, where you're from, and how long you've been to Sweden.
Hi, my name is Navna. I'm from South Africa.
My name is Megan. I'm from Minnesota in the United States.
My name is Juliana. I'm from Brazil.
My name is Rafael and I come from Italy.
So I'm Maya. I'm from Poland.
I'm Elina and I come from Greece.
I'm Alex. I also come from Greece.
I'm Nikki and I'm originally from Canada.
I've been in Sweden for about 5 years.
I've been here just over a year.
For about 4.5 years.
Almost 5 years. 100% living here, 2 years.
I have been here for 6 years now.
And quite similar for me.
I lived in Sweden for 8 years.
What was your biggest culture shock right when you arrived in Sweden?
The approach of people to basically everything.
I guess how quiet people were. No one says how are you in the stores or anything. So that was kind of a big culture shock for me, because people in Canada, it's like, how are you? It's like, and I was like, do they care about how I am? I was like, no.
Compared to Brazilians, Swedes are really set back, which is respectful, but it's also hard to get to know them in a deep way.
When I came in the first time, I was in the metro station and everybody was so silent. Nobody was speaking and I was like, okay, what is going on? Is there something wrong? And then when I was speaking, and I was speaking loud and a lot, I'm Greek, it was like everybody was looking at me like something was wrong. After 6 years, I can say I have calmed down quite a lot to fit in.
The way that people have trust for others, they leave their babies outside on the pavement. The other day I was walking through town and I just saw a baby pram and I thought, oh my gosh, that was like a complete foreign concept to me.
For me, I would say it's like how different people are when they drink versus at night versus when you meet them during the day. Like there was a colleague of mine, I thought she was a bit cold to me. I thought, why? But then during the night, she was drunk and then she was hugging, like, Alex, it's so nice to have you here. And that was quite a shock for me, because in Greece or in Spain, where I have lived, or in Brazil, we are kind of similar during the daytime and night.
Yeah, they switch personalities when they start drinking.
I confirm that.
Yeah, and the next day they pretend nothing happened.
Exactly. Yes. And I feel so betrayed sometimes. Okay, what happened? We had a good night.
Yeah, and also another thing that I noticed that different from Southern Europe countries, that no one is never hanging on a balcony or from the window. Like in Italy, people really like to be curious and look around what's going on.
Yeah, when I first got to Sweden, I think
One of the main culture shocks was probably customer service. On the one side, I actually like that Swedish customer service is more laid back. Like if you go to a grocery store, you're not about to have a full-length conversation with the cashier. Sometimes I do just want to get my stuff and go. But on the other side, when I've tried to make phone calls to get customer service help, suddenly I'm hoping for a little bit more customer service.
So I'm from Poland, and I think we are more like Balkan or Italian people. Like we're really close to our family. Like myself, I talk with my mom quite often, almost every day. We do a video call, and I think like in Sweden it's not that common. It's not like a must. You have to be friends with your family. It's okay to just stop contacting them, and no one will judge you for being black sheep of the family. I think that's maybe like connected with the really well like system, like welfare system. Like when you're old, you're not gonna be forgotten, and the government will take care of you.
What are the things that you like the most about Sweden and things that you like the least?
So the best thing coming from a country that's messy, the system. Here things work. It's bureaucratic, takes time, a lot of time, but in the same way when you have things in order, things just work smoothly.
Quality of life, people are very nice, polite, there's a very high rate of education in people.
I feel safe. The streets are clean. The metro is on time. If it's late, you're gonna get like a message or they're gonna say it's gonna be 2 minutes late. As a woman, alone, I'm not gonna be bothered because even if I want to be bothered, they're not gonna speak to me.
Even if you want people to bother you a bit more,
it's not gonna happen.
I never imagined a country caring so much for its people. That was like the big
6 months from now, you're either creating brand films for Nivea or you're competing with 10,000 freelancers for 500 gigs. That's literally it. Those are the only two options.
If Harry doesn't help you create your first AI film in less than 4 hours, he will offer you a 110% money.
biggest what for me. I mean, 2 weeks in, I received a health check kit. You know, there's free education. There's the way that they do the public transport and the pavements for pedestrians, the free healthcare. Like that's, I find that mind-blowing.
People here enjoy nature. They go for walks. They really value like going to their summer houses during summer.
Just the feeling of the culture feels very lagom. You just feel like everything is very just like balanced. And coming from the US, everything is so extreme in all directions. And so I feel like you come here and you can relax a bit. I mean, it's not perfect, you know, the winters are cold and dark. And yet I still I feel much more like at peace here.
For me as a woman, the best thing about living in Sweden is equality. So I have really seen that in the workplace, in society, and it has been a big difference from Greece actually. So I really, really enjoy that.
For me, I would say the best thing is how interesting Swedish people are. They are knowledgeable, they are interesting, it's just, it feels that they are better, if I would say. I take that back. But
You'll be cancelled.
Yeah.
What's something that you don't like so much about Sweden?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, get your list.
First thing is that actually restaurants close too early and clubs start like too early and close too early. I don't like that.
People really keep to themselves to the point where they won't even say excuse me. They will just try to sneak by you. They will like shimmy along the wall.
Yeah, Swedes hates to bother.
It's like, but all you have to say is like, oh, excuse me. And so that's a huge difference. In the States, we'll be like halfway down that, like away from them down the aisle, be like, oh, sorry, about to come through, you know.
Oh my God. It's sometimes I don't feel like culturally integrated and I feel different from most people. And I think that's the hard part. It's also like when you were trying to learn the language, people do speak English. And that's also very hard because if you're trying to learn Swedish, it's hard to learn the language because everybody wants to speak English.
I mean, to not mention the obvious, the warmth overall, the warmth of the weather, the warmth of people, spontaneity. When you have everything set up as people are used to have here and everything is a certain way and they live their whole life in this way, I understand that it's difficult to kind of do something different out of nowhere, feel comfortable like this. But what is life without a little bit excitement? What is life without a little bit spontaneity?
You miss that.
I miss that. Just loosen up.
Sad part is that they are not so spontaneous. Then we need to plan ahead so much. Our life is mostly on the weekends, not during the week time. Whereas in Greece, I mean, you just go for a coffee after work so easily. And here it's just not so easy.
Every day I don't hear voices outside. When you go out to work or whatever you're doing, you don't hear people talking. They just like straight to work like this. And Friday night, from nowhere, I hear some laughs. It means it's after work, they're going out to drink and they're happy. I mean, in Brazil we also drink, have fun, but we don't have this necessity to like be just in the environment of having fun, to be in that energy of like laughing and make jokes and losing up. We have fun every day.
The price, especially like alcohol or getting a shot when you go out with your friends in the night, if you want to be like generous and say, okay, I pay that one, like, and you are 3 or 4 friends, like you are broken for 2 months, you cannot go out anymore.
I would say it's the weather for me, the darkness, not the cold. I really like the cold, but the darkness is really, really tough. The first year it was basically impossible to manage this like very long darkness.
I do come from Minnesota, and Minnesota is just as cold, if not colder, than Sweden, but the darkness. And I know that is a stereotype of Sweden, but it really did surprise me the first winter I stayed here. I thought I was so ready. No, the darkness is worse because it's not like you get 4-5 hours of bright sunlight, you like might get some sun. Oh, it's gone. Like that's how it is here.
What's something that at first was a shock, but now you said, I feel more Swedish, I like this?
I guess herring, pickled herring. That was really odd.
Oh, I arrived on cinnamon bun day. Oh. So my sister-in-law was like, come, let's go get cinnamon buns. And at first I was like, okay, but you know, this is interesting. And then there was the semla bun day, and then there was the crayfish day, and then it was this and that and that. And now I'm seeing how the Swedes are taking these tiny little things and making something so cozy out of it.
Organized. They are so organized, and it's trustful because they are on time for everything, and this organization give you security, safety. So you know, if they say like, oh, we're gonna meet there at this time, or something's gonna happen in some way, usually happens, which bring you some kind of sense of stability.
Yeah, and Brazilians are the opposite of that. Brazilians are more flaky, like they say, oh, let's go, yeah, next week, let's meet and see, and nothing happens.
Never gonna see them.
And I think
never gonna happen.
Yeah, and Swedes are like, oh, let's meet next week and have a dinner or something, and they actually mean it.
And they make an appointment, and you gotta be there 15 minutes early. Okay, not on the time they say 9, be 8:45.
Swedes never meet just to meet. There always needs to be something planned, like an activity, like a theme for the party. Like there needs to be something. In the beginning, I thought that was super weird. Like just meet, please. But now I think I enjoy it. Like, I mean, we know what to do, and yeah, planned fun is also fun.
I'm not used to plan like free time things, but actually it's good to do that.
Because now I tell him like, oh, in 2 weeks we're doing this, and he never writes anything down. And then when the day comes, I say like, oh, we meet there and there at that time. And he's like, what? What were you doing? And I was like, yeah, I told you a few weeks ago, you remember? No, that never happens. But he's learning.
How has living in Sweden changed you as a person?
People are on time. I'm not on time. Yes. I'm Brazilian. Yes. I'm 1 hour late. And I had to adapt to that, which I think it's great for me because it's me adapting for better.
The way of driving in Sweden is very respectful and slow driving. So I take that one back to me even when I go to another country.
I think I've gotten more quiet actually. Like I used to be very loud and very like outspoken and stuff. Now I'm more quiet because I feel like I can't be too loud because I'm scared of people like staring.
Especially being from the United States, we really are in our own bubble there. The country is huge, and you know, we do have so many influential cultural things that export out of the US to the world, but not so many international things come into the US. And being in Sweden, it's always just such a refreshing view on just how to live my life, and kind of like I feel like I'm always humbled every day because as much as I've like learned a lot of Swedish and I feel very confident, I'm not fluent. And so there's still times where I don't fully understand something, but that's kind of what makes it exciting.
You can't sit around and wait for things to happen. You have to go out and make the opportunities for yourself, make the friends. In the beginning, I was reluctant, but it's given me a lot more confidence, I guess, in myself. I feel a lot more capable as a person because I've had to do so many difficult things.
Do you feel more lonely here? Do you feel happier here than in Brazil? How do you feel about your home country?
Everything that should work works, but culture, I'm not from here, so I have really hard time to adapt. It's hard to like come to a country where everyone does the same or think the same to make them open up a little bit.
Do you miss your home country?
It's like a never-ending debate, internal debate. Should we go back? Is it better in Greece? Should we stay here? I think there is no clear winner.
Yeah.
If we go back, we will miss Sweden.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. When I go to Greece, I find it now very loud and messy and unorganized. So actually I miss Sweden when I'm there.
What advice would you give to someone that's moving to Sweden?
Personally, I would advise you to find like a circle of friends so you can start from that, because I know people who live here many years. Like myself, I have very few Swedish friends. It's really hard to connect with them, so you should find someone to connect to, because it's quite easily gonna happen that you're gonna isolate yourself. You know, maybe if you come for work, you're gonna go to work, come back home, and you don't have a social environment.
I would say come to Sweden if you're prepared for a calmer life. Like perhaps don't come here if you want to have like the Barcelona life. But if you want to settle down with your family or like have a more quiet life, this is the place to be, I believe.
Don't move here directly after your studies, for example, when you have no work experience, because it will be super hard to find a job.
First, have things settled, bureaucratic-wise, everything you have to do with the documents. Have that in mind on paper because it takes time. Everything here takes time. If you apply for everything, it's going to take 1, 2, 3 months.
What you'll learn is that you do need a personal number, and that is hard to get.
Don't expect life to be the same as it was back home or even greener. You know how they say the grass is greener on the other side. It's only greener if you water it. It's such a cliche. It's only greener if you water it and if you make it. So you have to put in the work.
Unfortunately, they don't make eject buttons for email threads. But there is Loom. Record your screen, camera, and voice to bring more of you to your message.
Get ready for an unforgettable 3-day adventure through Stockholm, from strolling through the cobblestone streets of Gamla Stan and marveling at the Vasa Museum to savoring traditional Swedish meatballs and embarking on a spine-chilling ghost walk. This itinerary is packed with the best of Stockholm's attractions and hidden gems. Stick around until the end for insider tips that will make your trip truly magical. Best time to visit Stockholm. It's always a good idea to be prepared for a bit of rain and chilly weather in Stockholm, even during the summer months. So don't forget to pack some layers and a rain jacket just in case. If you're after mild weather and smaller crowds, the best time to visit are April, May, September, or October. These months strike a great balance between pleasant temperatures and a more relaxed vibe around the city. The busiest and priciest times to visit is June through August. However, these months also come with Stockholm's longest and warmest days, making it the perfect season to soak up the sunshine and enjoy outdoor adventures. From November to March, the weather can get quite chilly and the days are shorter, but don't let that discourage you. The holiday season in Stockholm is nothing short of magical. Picture festive Christmas markets, ice skating under twinkling lights, heartwarming concerts, and cozy bars where you can sip on glögg, Swedish mulled wine, to keep warm. It's a winter wonderland you won't want to miss. City airport tips. Stockholm is served by Arlanda Airport, ARN, located about 25 miles from the city center. The most efficient way to get into the city is via the Arlanda Express train, which takes just 20 minutes and costs around $35 one way. For budget-conscious travelers, airport buses like Flygbusarna are available for $15. If you're traveling in a group, taxis can be an economical choice, with fares to the city center costing approximately $50 to $60. Where to stay in Stockholm? For the best experience, consider staying in Gamla Stan, Old Town, Södermalm, Norrmalm, or Östermalm. Gamla Stan, Old Town. Perfect for first-time visitors, this historic area boasts cobblestone streets, colorful medieval buildings, and close proximity to landmarks like the Royal Palace. Expect a charming, atmospheric stay. Södermalm. Trendy and vibrant, this neighborhood is ideal for young travelers seeking hip cafes, boutique shops, and a buzzing nightlife scene. It's a hub for creativity and energy. Norrmalm. Centrally located and modern, Norrmalm is a convenient base for exploring Stockholm. With easy access to attractions, shopping streets, and excellent dining options, it's a great choice for convenience. Östermalm. An upscale area featuring elegant architecture, high-end shopping, and some of the city's best restaurants. It also offers beautiful views of Nybroviken and is close to the peaceful Djurgården Island. Expect to pay $120 to $300 per night, depending on the level of luxury and location. Insider tip: accommodation in Stockholm is expensive, just like everything else in the city. For stays between May and October, book well in advance to get a great deal. How to get around Stockholm. Stockholm is a wonderfully walkable city, but it's also quite spread out, so public transportation is your best bet for exploring everything this amazing city has to offer. The good news, Stockholm's public transportation system is super easy to use and budget-friendly. I highly recommend downloading the SL Ticket app on your smartphone. For around $23, you can grab a 72-hour pass that gives you unlimited access to the city's metros, buses, trams, and even ferries. It's the ultimate key to getting around hassle-free. Not sure which route to take? Simply pop your destination into the Google Maps app and it'll show you the best public transportation options along with departure times. You can even adjust the departure time and your date to plan your journey ahead of time. The SL app is also great for planning trips and tracking schedules. With these tools, navigating Stockholm is a breeze. Day 1. Dive into Stockholm's historic heart. Morning. Explore Gamla Stan, Old Town. Gamla Stan, Stockholm's oldest town, is one of the best preserved medieval city centers in all of Europe. Fun fact, Stockholm was actually founded here back in 1252. It's no surprise that Gamla Stan is absolutely bursting with charm, though you might need to overlook a few souvenir shops here and there. Take your time strolling through the narrow cobblestone streets surrounded by beautiful, colorful buildings steeped in history. Every corner of Gamla Stan tells a story, and the sheer amount of history tucked away in its walls is bound to leave you amazed. Stortorget. As you wander through Gamla Stan, make sure to visit its iconic central plaza, Stortorget. This is the oldest square in Stockholm, with its history dating back to 1420. Here, you'll find colorful medieval buildings standing proudly around the square, an 18th century water well, and plenty of charm. Grab a cozy seat at Chokladkoppen and indulge in their rich hot chocolate for around $6 USD, perfect for warming up after exploring. If the weather is nice, settle onto one of the benches and soak up the lively atmosphere. Insider tip. Keep an eye out for the bloodbath plaque on one of the buildings, commemorating the Stockholm bloodbath of 1520, a dramatic slice of history hidden in plain sight. Visiting during Christmas time, Stortorget transforms into a magical Christmas market with over 40 charming stalls selling delicious treats, unique gifts, and of course glögg, mulled wine, usually for about $5 USD a cup.
Never, and I mean never, introduce yourself by saying your name.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah. I'm really looking forward to working with you all.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Never, I mean never, introduce yourself by saying your name. The moment you do, your first impression is gone. Oh, okay, so nice to meet you? Really? That's your next line. What? I'm just trying to be polite. The nicer you are, the faster you lose respect. And nice girls don't become successful. They burn out trying to be liked by everyone. Disappear for a month. Come back a high-value woman.
Is it okay if I? Nice to see you. What do you do? I'm 47 and my boss says I have the best articulation on the team. I started training 9 minutes a day 4 months ago. Nobody knows that's my secret. If you want to just look busy, read books. If you want to actually sound smart and take the leadership, train your speaking skills.
I replace mindless scrolling with 9 minutes of articulation training a day. No courses, no hour-long videos, just short, focused training built around the one thing that actually changes how people see you. 3 weeks in, my manager started quoting me in meetings. 4 weeks in, I walked into a room and people actually waited for me to speak. Not because I was louder, because I finally sounded like I meant it. The goal is simple. Organize your thoughts in real time. Speak with authority before anyone decides if you have it. No pause filler, no thoughts vanishing mid-sentence. This is for women who are done being talked over and ready to finally sound like the person they already are. Tap the link and start today.
Nobel Prize Museum. The Nobel Prize Museum in Stockholm is tucked away in the historic Stortorget Square inside the old Stock Exchange building. This cozy museum highlights the fascinating history of the Nobel Prize and showcases the groundbreaking achievements of Nobel laureates from around the world. Here's my take. Unless you're a science enthusiast, already have the Stockholm Pass, which grants free entry, or find yourself dodging a sudden rainstorm, you might want to give this museum a pass. The entry fee is about $15, but with so much to see and do in Stockholm, there are better ways to spend your time during a short visit. Insider tip. If you do decide to visit, check out the chairs in the cafe. They're signed by Nobel laureates. It's a neat little detail that adds a special touch to the experience. Mid-morning, Stockholm Cathedral. While exploring Old Town, make sure to visit Stora Kyrkan, the old Stockholm Cathedral. This stunning Gothic cathedral, which dates back to 1306, is hard to miss with its pink facade and breathtaking interior. Inside, you'll find the oldest known image of Stockholm. How cool is that? And an impressive gilded statue of St. George and the Dragon. The entry fee is $10 USD per adult, which might feel a bit steep. Insider tip. If you have the Stockholm Pass, you can skip the fee because entry is included. Go on a free walking tour. If you're curious about Stockholm's culture and medieval history, don't miss out on this free walking tour. It usually runs most days at 10 a.m. and lasts about 1.5 to 2 hours. A perfect way to start your day while soaking up fascinating stories about the city. Although the tour is completely free, don't forget to book your spot in advance to secure a place. Insider tip. While the tour is free, guides rely on tips, so it's a nice gesture to show your appreciation. Most people leave around 10 to 20 USD per person, depending on how much they enjoyed the experience. It's well worth it. Have lunch in Gamla Stan. While Gamla Stan can be a bit touristy when it comes to dining, there are still a few fantastic spots worth checking out for lunch. If you're in the mood for traditional Swedish cuisine, I'd recommend Restaurang Tradition, Krippin, or Slingerbulten in that order. Insider tip. At Restaurang Tradition, try the Swedish meatballs with lingonberries. It's a classic. Prices here are usually around 20 to 30 USD per dish, but the authentic flavors make it totally worth it. If you're heading to Krippin, don't miss their fish stew. It's a local favorite. Expect to spend 25 to 35 USD for a meal. Finally, Slingerbulten offers hearty portions of traditional fare with dishes costing around 15 to 25 USD. Pro tip. Try to dine a bit earlier or make a reservation to avoid the peak tourist rush. Afternoon. Enjoy a fika. One experience you absolutely can't miss in Sweden? It's the fika. In fact, during your 3 days in Stockholm, you should make it a goal to enjoy fika every day. It's that special. So, what's fika, you ask? It's both a noun and a verb. It's the Swedish tradition of taking a break to enjoy a coffee, usually paired with a delicious pastry or sweet treat. Think of goodies like kanelbullar, Swedish cinnamon buns, or kardemommabullar, Swedish cardamom buns. But here's the thing. Fika isn't just about the caffeine and sugar, though they're amazing. It's a moment to slow down, connect with friends or family, and take a breather from the hustle and bustle of life. It's as much about the experience as it is about the treat. While you're exploring Gamla Stan, make your way to Fika and Wine, a cozy little spot where you can savor authentic Swedish treats. Expect to spend around 6 to 10 USD for a coffee and pastry, depending on your choice. Insider tip. If you plan to visit in the late afternoon, you might score a quieter, more relaxed vibe as the morning rush dies down. Grab a seat by the window and enjoy people watching in this historic setting. It's the perfect way to soak in the magic of Gamla Stan while indulging in this Swedish tradition. Tour the Royal Palace. During your 3 days in Stockholm, you absolutely have to visit the majestic Royal Palace, located right in the heart of Gamla Stan. While the royal family doesn't actually live here, this stunning palace is still their official residence. With over 600 lavish rooms spread across 11 stories, it's one of the largest palaces in Europe. Talk about impressive! Inside the palace, you'll find jaw-dropping opulence from the intricate decor to the priceless antiques in the royal apartments. Down in the dark vaults of the treasury, you'll get a glimpse of the dazzling regalia, crowns, and other treasures used during coronations of the king, queen, prince, and princess. Over at the Tre Kronor Museum, you'll uncover the fascinating story of the old palace that tragically burned down in 1697. And don't miss Gustav III's Museum of Antiquities, where you'll marvel at the king's impressive sculpture collection. Tickets for the Royal Palace are 17 to 19 USD for adults and 8 to 9 USD for kids, depending on the time of year. The ticket includes access to all 4 museums, making it an amazing deal. Pro tip. If you have the Stockholm Pass, your entry is covered, so you can save a bit of money to spend on fika, Swedish coffee and pastry time later. Insider tip. Try to time your visit to catch the changing of the guard ceremony, which takes place in the courtyard. It's an iconic experience and a fun way to soak in some royal tradition. Late afternoon, visit the Royal Armory. After exploring the Royal Palace, step back in time with a visit to the Royal Armory. This fascinating museum showcases beautifully preserved royal carriages, sleds, armor, weapons, coronation robes, wedding gowns, and other priceless artifacts that offer a glimpse into how Sweden's political ties, fashion, and traditions have evolved over the centuries. I absolutely loved this museum. It's such a unique experience and definitely worth checking out. The Royal Armory isn't included in your Royal Pass ticket, so you'll need to purchase a separate ticket. Entry costs around 14 USD per adult, while kids and teens, ages 0 to 18, get in for free. Here's an insider tip. If you visit on a Thursday evening, 5 to 8 p.m., adult entry is just 7 USD, a perfect way to save a little cash. Watch the Royal Guard ceremony. If you happen to be near the Royal Palace around 12:15 p.m. on a weekday or 1:15 p.m. on a Sunday, don't miss the Royal Guard ceremony, also known as the Changing of the Guards. The ceremony lasts about 40 minutes, and yes, it's definitely a touristy thing to do, but it's also a fascinating thing to watch, even if it's just for a few minutes. And the best part? It's completely free. Insider tip. Arrive 10 to 15 minutes early to snag a good viewing spot near the main courtyard. This way you'll have a front row seat to the action and can get some great photos of the guards in their traditional uniforms. Early evening. See the Golden Hall at Stockholm City Hall. Stockholm City Hall might not be the first place you'd think of when listing spectacular spots in the city, but trust me, it absolutely is. You can only visit this iconic landmark through a 45-minute guided tour, which takes you through some incredible rooms like the Blue Hall, the Council Chamber, and the Gallery of the Prince. Along the way, you'll dive into fascinating stories about Stockholm's politics, history, and culture. The highlight? The breathtaking Golden Hall. Its walls are adorned with over 18 million gold mosaic tiles, and let me tell you, it's a jaw-dropping sight. Honestly, I can't even begin to guess how much this room is worth, but it's nothing short of spectacular. Tickets for the tour cost around 14 USD, and they're well worth it. Insider tip. Make sure to plan ahead because the tour schedules can vary and spots fill up fast. If you're short on time or just want to soak up the atmosphere, don't miss the free City Hall courtyard and the peaceful waterfront garden Stadshusparken. It's the perfect spot to enjoy beautiful views across the bay, an absolute must-see even if you skip the tour. Try traditional Swedish cuisine on a food tour. Beyond Swedish meatballs, how much do you really know about Swedish food? My guess is not a whole lot, but don't worry, that's exactly why I recommend booking the Nordic Food Walk of Stockholm. I've always loved Swedish cuisine, but after this foodie walking tour, I'm officially obsessed. It's such a fun and delicious way to dive into Swedish culture and history. The tour took us through 6 incredible foodie stops along 3 charming neighborhoods, Östermalm, Norrmalm, and Gamlestan. We sampled around 16 different delicacies. It was a flavor-packed journey. Here's a little taste, pun intended, of what you can expect. Swedish meatballs paired with creamy mashed potatoes, pickled cucumbers, and lingonberry sauce. A selection of artisanal cheeses, including Christmas-time specialty infused with cumin and cloves. Exotic wild game meats like smoked moose, bear jerky, and cured reindeer. The city's most iconic bowl of fish soup, a must-try for seafood lovers. The tour lasts around 4 hours and usually runs daily at 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. Tickets are around 95 to 120 USD per person, depending on the season. Insider tip. Between May and September, tours sell out quickly, so it's best to book in advance. If you're a foodie or just curious about Swedish cuisine, this tour is an absolute must. You'll leave with a full stomach, a newfound appreciation for Nordic flavors, and maybe even a few new favorite dishes.
देखो आज के टाइम पे अगर हम जस्ट 19 में हॉलीवुड और बॉलीवुड लेवल की AI फिल्म्स बना पा रहा हूँ जस्ट यूजिंग अ लैपटॉप एंड इंटरनेट एंड यू कैन डू द सेम। तो मेरे पास आपके लिए एक डील है, अगले 4 घंटे और आपकी पहली AI फिल्म।
Day 2. Dive into Stockholm's archipelago and cultural gems. Morning. Kayak Stockholm's waterways, May to September only. As you wander Stockholm's lively city streets, it's easy to forget that this vibrant metropolis is part of a stunning archipelago with over 30,000 islands. But if you love combining adventure with nature, why not hop on a kayak and paddle your way across the islands of the Baltic Sea for a completely fresh perspective on the city? If you're visiting between May and September, don't miss a 2-hour Stockholm City kayak tour. On this tour, around 60 to 80 USD per person, you'll glide past Stockholm's central islands, iconic landmarks, and many charming bridges. It's an unforgettable way to soak in the city's beauty from the water. Visiting in winter? No problem. Bundle up and try the winter kayaking tour through the stunning Vaxholm area of the archipelago. You'll paddle past tiny islands, historic fortresses, and enjoy sightings of local birds and wildlife. The price for this winter adventure is usually 90 to 120 USD per person. Insider tip. The winter kayaking tour starts in Vaxholm, which is an hour from central Stockholm. Getting there is half the fun. Take the scenic ferry, around 7 to 10 USD each way, and enjoy gorgeous views of the archipelago along the way. Visit peaceful Djurgården, Museum Island. After you've explored Stockholm by water, it's time to dive into some of the city's incredible museums over Djurgården, also known as Museum Island. This spot is packed with amazing attractions that cater to every interest. From the world-famous Vasa Museum featuring a 17th century warship, to the world's oldest open-air museum at Skansen, there's so much history and culture to soak in. Feeling playful? Check out the ABBA Museum for a fun, interactive tribute to Sweden's iconic pop group, or head to the Gröna Lund amusement park for some thrilling rides and live performances. And for art lovers, the National Museum is a must-see. What I love the most about Djurgården is how peaceful it is. The lush greenery and calm atmosphere make it the perfect place to unwind. Strolling around the island is lovely, but renting a bike around 15 to 20 USD for a couple of hours is my favorite way to explore. It's both fun and practical. Insider tip. Many museums here offer discounted or even free entry on certain days, so it's worth checking their website in advance. And if you plan on visiting multiple attractions, consider getting the Stockholm Pass starting at about 75 USD for a 24-hour pass. It includes entry to most museums and attractions, plus free public transportation. Visit the Vasa Museum. The Vasa Museum is an absolute must-see on your 3-day Stockholm itinerary. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it's not just the most visited museum in Scandinavia for nothing. This one-of-a-kind museum is home to King Gustav II, Adolf's prized warship, the Vasa, which tragically sank on its maiden voyage in 1628. Here's where it gets really amazing. After 333 years underwater, the Vasa was salvaged in 1961 and carefully restored. Today, you can marvel at this breathtaking piece of history up close. Seeing her in person is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Tickets are 18 USD per adult, and kids under 18 get in for free. Insider tip. If you've got the Stockholm Pass, your entry is already covered, so be sure to take advantage of it. Pro tip. Arrive early to beat the crowds, especially during peak season, and don't forget to check out the short film about the ship's history. It adds so much more context to the experience. Enjoy farm-to-fork lunch at Trädgårdsskaffe. After exploring a museum or two, take a leisurely stroll along Djurgården's lush walking trails and make your way to Rosendal's Trädgårdsskaffe, a dreamy foodie oasis tucked inside Rosendal's garden. It's the perfect spot to enjoy a farm-to-table lunch in a peaceful, soul-nourishing atmosphere. The menu changes with the seasons, but you can always count on mouth-watering options like sandwiches, soups, sweet and savory pastries, wood-fired sourdough bread, craft beer, biodynamic wine, homemade ciders, and more. And here's the best part, everything is certified organic. It's truly one of my favorite places to eat and simply unwind in Stockholm. Insider tip. The cafe is open daily from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., rain or shine, but it's especially magical on sunny days when you can sit outside and soak up the garden vibes. Also, prices for lunch typically range from 15 to 30 USD, depending on what you order, so it's a great value for such fresh and high-quality food. Don't miss it. It's one of Stockholm's hidden gems for food lovers. Afternoon, stop by the Nordic Museum. The Nordic Museum offers a captivating journey through Nordic culture, traditions, and history spanning from the 16th century to today. With over 1.5 million artifacts on display, it's a treasure trove of fascinating historical objects. By the time you leave, you'll have a deeper understanding of how Nordic people have been shaped over the centuries, why they think, believe, pray, celebrate, eat, and live the way they do. It's a true cultural immersion, and I personally loved exploring the Nordic life, tradition, and table settings exhibits. They were absolute highlights. Tickets are about $16 USD per adult, and the best part? Kids under 18 get in for free. Insider tip. If you have the Stockholm Pass, your entry is already covered, so you can skip buying a separate ticket. Whether you're a history buff, a culture enthusiast, or just curious about Nordic life, this museum is an experience you won't want to miss.
Clip B. Whatever you can picture, you can generate. Want something wild like a man closes his laptop and transforms into Iron Man? I mean, forget even watching it, just make yourself that man. Just type it, done. You can choose the style, cinematic, cartoon, 3D, documentary look.
Late afternoon, explore Swedish culture at Skansen. Skansen is the world's oldest open-air museum, and it's the perfect spot to soak up Swedish history, culture, and even a bit of local wildlife, all while enjoying a sunny morning. It's especially great if you're traveling with kids. This unique museum showcases original houses and farmsteads from all over Sweden, many of which were either carefully transported here either whole or piece by piece. You'll get a chance to learn about the indigenous Sami culture and see some amazing Scandinavian wildlife like reindeer, bears, wolverines, lynx, owls, and even adorable rabbits. Tickets for adults range from 18 to 24 USD depending on the season, while tickets for kids aged 4 to 15 are just 7 USD year-round. Kids under 4 get in for free, making it super budget-friendly for families. And here's an insider tip. If you have a Stockholm Pass, your entry is included, so don't forget to use it. Whether you're interested in history, animals, or just want to enjoy a beautiful day outdoors, Skansen has a little something for everyone. Early evening, explore Norrmalm and Östermalm on foot. These neighborhoods are bursting with energy and style. Wander along bustling streets like Kungsgatan, Nybrogatan, Birger-Jarlsgatan, and Drottninggatan, where you'll find a mix of trendy restaurants, cozy bars, and chic Swedish design and fashion boutiques. Don't miss the Royal Swedish Opera for a quick peek at its stunning architecture, or pop into the Medelhavsmuseet, Museum of Mediterranean and Near Eastern Antiquities, for a fascinating cultural experience. The entry fee is around 13 USD, but it's worth every penny for history lovers. And if you're visiting in spring, make sure to stop by Kungsträdgården Park to admire the cherry blossoms. It's the perfect spot to snap some gorgeous photos or take a short break to enjoy the view. Whether you're into shopping, dining, or just people watching, Norrmalm and Östermalm offer a little bit of everything. Just go with the flow and let the city charm you. Dinner and drinks at Östermalm. There are so many incredible restaurants and bars in Östermalm that it's impossible to name them all, seriously. But here are a few of my absolute favorites. No matter which one you choose, you're guaranteed a fantastic experience. Studehof. A true Stockholm classic with white tablecloth elegance, Studehof is renowned for its Swedish seafood dishes and creative seasonal takes on local favorites. It's the perfect spot for a special night out, or if you're looking to try iconic Swedish flavors and style. Insider tip. The seafood platter is a must-try, especially if you're visiting with friends. It's perfect for sharing. Studehof Matbaden. For something a bit more laid back, head to Studehof's casual tapas-style bar, Matbaden. Watch the chefs work their magic as they whip up seasonal dishes using only the freshest ingredients. Pair your meal with a glass of their expertly selected wine. Insider tip. Arrive early to snag a seat at the counter. It's the best view in the house. Tyga and Cecil. This cozy spot specializes in natural wines and delicious Scandi-Mediterranean small plates. The atmosphere is warm and welcoming, making it the perfect place to relax and sip on unique wine pairings while nibbling on flavorful tapas. Insider tip. Ask the staff for wine recommendations. They love sharing their favorites and might surprise you with a hidden gem. Wherever you choose to go, Östermalm's food scene is bound to leave you impressed and very well fed. Day 3. Palaces, hipster vibes, and ghostly legends. Morning. Visit Drottningholm Palace. How about a little more palace magic on the peaceful island of Lovén? Drottningholm Palace is a must-see with its stunning royal opulence and beautifully preserved 1600s architecture. As a UNESCO World Heritage Site and the permanent residence of the Swedish royal family, it's packed with history and charm. Don't miss the Chinese Pavilion, a whimsical pleasure palace, the Royal Theatre, and the famous gardens, perfect for a sunny picnic. Getting there is half the fun. During the summer, the best way to visit is on a scenic boat cruise departing from City Hall Quay. It's a relaxing and picturesque journey that sets the tone for exploring this royal retreat. Alternatively, you can take SL public transportation with your 3-day SL travel card, which makes getting around Stockholm a breeze. Entry is super affordable at about $15 USD for adults and around $7 USD for kids aged 7 to 17. Insider tip. Visit early in the day to enjoy the gardens while they're peaceful and pack a picnic for a truly royal experience.
इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा ऑनलाइन ट्रेडिंग इवेंट आ रहा है. Yes, the Great Indian Financial Freedom Festival.
Explore Södermalm. Södermalm is hands down Stockholm's trendiest neighborhood. Packed with hipster vibes and cool Scandinavian style, I definitely saved the best for last. This is the place to explore if you're into vintage shopping, cozy fika breaks, and a buzzing food and drink scene. Here are a few must-dos. Vintage shopping. Södermalm is full of quirky second-hand shops where you can score one-of-a-kind finds. Insider tip. Head to Hornsgatan for some of the best vintage boutiques. Fika time. Stop by Drop Coffee for a cup of perfectly brewed coffee and a sweet treat. Insider tip. Try their cardamom buns, they're a Swedish classic. Dining out. The neighborhood is full of trendy, internationally inspired restaurants, so you'll find something for every craving. Craft beer. For local brews, check out Stigbergets Foot or Udda Tap Room, where you can sip on craft beers in a laid-back atmosphere. Boutique shopping. Explore cool local boutiques offering everything from minimalist Scandinavian designs to funky handmade goods. Make sure to leave some time to simply wander around, soak up the lively atmosphere, and take in the sights and sounds of Stockholm's coolest neighborhood. Afternoon. Visit the Fotografiska Museum. Are you a fan of photography and contemporary art? Then you absolutely can't miss Fotografiska, Stockholm's renowned photography museum located along the stunning waterfront in Södermalm. The experience is nothing short of captivating, thought-provoking, emotional, and sometimes even a little unsettling in the best way possible. It's one of those places that stays with you long after you leave, and I can't recommend it enough. Here's the best part. Fotografiska is open until 11 p.m. every night, so it's super easy to fit into your 3-day Stockholm itinerary even after a busy day of exploring. Tickets are about 16 to 18 USD depending on when you visit. Insider tip. If you have the Stockholm Pass, entry is included, so make sure you take advantage of it. Late afternoon, go for cocktails at Hönö Gin Bar. In Södermalm, you'll find the flagship bar of the world's best gin distillery, Hönö Gin Bar. And yes, I mean the best. Hönö has racked up just about every gin award out there, from World's Best Gin in 2017 to Distillery of the Year in 2024. If, like me, you love creativity and meticulously crafted cocktails, you're in for a treat. These were some of the best drinks we've ever had. We tried the Smoke, a delightful mix of pink gin, coconut, shiso, gooseberry, and lime leaf, smooth with a hint of exotic flair. The Spice, navy gin, honey, gooseberry, habanero, and ancho, perfect for anyone who loves a little kick. a classic Negroni. Simple, timeless, and perfectly balanced. Insider tip. If you're unsure what to order, just tell the bartender your flavor preferences. They're cocktail wizards and will create something unforgettable for you. Enjoy Swedish fare at Freja and Soder. Some locals suggested we have dinner at Freja and Soder, an artsy rooftop bar and restaurant in Södermalm, and let me tell you, it was everything we'd hoped for and more. From the stunning panoramic views of Stockholm at sunset, to the seasonal veggie-forward menu highlighting Swedish ingredients, Freja and Soder hit all the right notes. The vibe was warm and moody, the service was fantastic, and the food absolutely unforgettable. We shared the slow-cooked lamb stew with roasted tomatoes, white beans, potatoes, and roasted garlic mayonnaise designed for 2 people, and it was pure perfection. Comfort food taken to a whole new level. Prices for dishes range around 25 to 40 USD per person, depending on what you order. Insider tip. Be sure to make a reservation in advance, especially if you're aiming for a sunset dinner. The views alone are worth it, but paired with the incredible food, this spot is a total winner. Evening. Go on the Stockholm Ghost Walk. Ready for the grand finale? After dinner, head back to Gamla Stan for a thrilling and spine-tingling experience you're absolutely going to love, the Stockholm Ghost Walk. I didn't know what to expect when I first booked this tour, but it ended up being one of the most unforgettable walking tours I've ever done. Our guide was not only hilarious, but also brought the dark history of Stockholm to life as we wandered through hidden corners of Gamla Stan I hadn't explored before. This lantern-lit tour dives into Stockholm's ghostly legends and true tales of war and murder, like the chilling story of the Stockholm bloodbath of 1520 carried out by the Danes. Equal parts eerie, fascinating, and entertaining, this tour is the perfect mix of spooky fun and history. Whether you scare easily or love a good ghost story, you'll leave with plenty to talk about. Hot tip. If you're up for one last drink after your ghost walk, stop by Farmarium, a craft cocktail bar in Old Town that's located in a beautifully restored alchemic pharmacy from the 1500s. Their creative cocktails are as stunning as the setting itself, an absolute must-visit for a magical end to your night. The Stockholm Ghost Walk is a fantastic way to wrap up your trip, and if you pair it with a cocktail at Farmarium, you'll end your time in Stockholm on an unforgettable note. That wraps up our unforgettable 3-day adventure through Stockholm, from exploring its rich history and vibrant culture to indulging in its amazing food scene. We hope this itinerary has inspired you to start planning your trip to this incredible city. If you're looking for even more travel inspiration, don't miss our video about Oslo, Norway. It's packed with tips, must-see attractions, and hidden gems to help you plan your next.
Hey, watch this. You're so quiet. You know what quiet people achieve? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Mark, I had a question about...
Henderson numbers came in. You need to see this.
स्वागत है आपका शीतल जी नई परख के मंच पर एक बार फिर। जैसे ही मुझे पता चला कि आप राहुल गांधी की छात्रों की गूंज कार्यक्रम में इलाहाबाद में खुद मौजूद थे और वहां जो कुछ हुआ उसके आप चश्मदीद गवाह हैं, तो जाहिर है कि बहुत उत्सुकता हुई आपसे पूछने के लिए। जो पिछली बार देहरादून में छात्रों की गूंज हुई थी उसमें विनोद शर्मा जी, हम हमारे आपके दोनों के मित्र वो थे, तो मैंने उनके साथ ये कार्यक्रम किया था। इलाहाबाद में आप हैं, खुशकिस्मती की बात है कि इन दोनों महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रमों के ऐसे चश्मदीद गवाह मुझे मिल गए जिनके ज्ञान, विश्लेषण क्षमता, प्रज्ञा और प्रतिबद्धता पे मैं बहुत भरोसा करता हूँ और मुझे बहुत फख्र होता है कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। तो शीतल जी, वहां आपने नई परख के दर्शकों को बताइए कि वहां आपने क्या देखा और क्या सुना और क्या महसूस किया, क्योंकि ये तीन जो चीजें हैं, देखना, सुनना और महसूस करना, इनके बाद हम लोग निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे कुछ उसका।
दुबे जी, आपको नमस्कार, आपके दर्शकों को नमस्कार।
କେତେ ଅପସେଟ ରହିବୁ ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ନିଜକୁ ଅପସେଟ ଆଉ କାହିଁ ଫୋନ ଏଇଟା ଦେଖ ଏଇଟା ଦେଖ ଦେଖି ଆଉ ଆରେ ମତେ ଦେଖ ସେଇଟା ତ ଦେଖେଇବା ଏଇଟା ଦେଖ ସେଇଟା ଦେଖ କଥା କଣ କଥା ତୋର କିଛି କଥା କେତେବେଳେ ଟିକେ ମାଇଣ୍ଡରେ ଆସିଲି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ମୁଣ୍ଡି ସହିତ କଥା କିଛି ଆଟେଣ୍ଡ ତ ମୁଁ ସେ ରାହୁଲ ସହିତ କାଉନସିଲିଂ କରିକି କହିବି କହିବେ କି what kind of healing coach are you? Please try to heal this person. She is not able to heal herself. ପାଗଳ କରିଦେବି କଥା ବହୁତ ସେ ୱେବସାଇଟ ତ ମୁଁ ଲଗଇନ୍ କରିପାରୁନି ସେ କୁନାଲ ଭାଇଙ୍କ ସହିତ ମତେ କଥା ହେବାରି ନାହିଁ କଣ ସେ କରୁଛନ୍ତି କି ଏଇଟା ଦେଖ ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ପେଜ ମୋର ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଏଇଟା ମୋର ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ୱେବସାଇଟ କୁ ନୂଆ କଣ କହିବି ମାଇକ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ତମେ ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରିବ ପଇସା ଦିଆ ସବୁବେଳେ କହିଥିଲି ମାସେ ସେ କହିଲେ ସବୁ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ତାପରେ କିଛି କନେକ୍ସନ ନାହିଁ ମାଇ କ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ ଚାପ୍ଟର୍ସ ଡଟ୍ ଇନ୍ ଲାଇଟ୍ ଚାଲିଛି ନା କଣ ବନ୍ଦ କରିବି ବନ୍ଦ କରି chapters na chapter ଏଇଟା ଆସିଲେ ବାହାନା ମିଳିଗଲା ଫୋନ୍ ଟା ଧରିଲେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ କିନ୍ତୁ ମେସେଜ କରିଦେବି ମ ମେସେଜ କରିକି ତାକୁ କହିଲେ ଏଇଟା ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେବେ ଏବେ ହେଲେ ପଇସା ଦେଇକି ବନ୍ଦ କରିବି ବସିବାକୁ ଅଛି ବର୍ଷ ଅଛି ଆଉ ହଉ ତାହେଲେ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଆକୁ ଆକ୍ଟିଭେଟ କରିବାକୁ କହିଦେ ଆଉ ତ ଆଡଭାନ୍ସ 500 ଟଙ୍କା ଦେଇଦେବେ ଆଉ ये सब आपके बेटा प्लान उसके तो रिसीविंग मीटिंग करने के लिए एलपी बना हुए सब सर्विसेज दिया हुआ ସେଟା ମୁଁ ଦେବି ବଟ୍ ସେ ଟିକେ ୱେବସାଇଟରେ ବି ତ କଣ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ପକେଇବି ମୋର ଇନଫର୍ମେସନ କହୁଛି ରୋଗ ପାଇଁ ପେ କରିଦେବି ବଟ୍ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ୱାର୍କ ଇନ୍ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରେସ୍ ତ ମୁଁ ଦେବି 500 ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ମତେ ଲାଗୁଛି କି ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ କହିଲି କି ତମେ ଗୋଟେ କାମ କର କାଲି ମତେ ଯୋଉ ଗୋଟେ ମିଟିଂ ରଖ ଇନ୍ ଟର୍ମସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଲୋକ ହେଲା ତାପରେ ସେ କୁଆଡେ ଗୋଟେ ଟ୍ରାଭେଲ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି ଏଇଟା ଶୁଭା ଯାଉଛି ଶୁଭା ତ ସେ ଟ୍ରାଭେଲ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି ତ ସେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କହିଲି ତାକୁ ଟ୍ରାଭେଲ କରିକି ଆସିଲେ ଆମେ ସବୁ ମିଟିଂ କରିବା ତ କହିଲି ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ଭିତରେ କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଫଟୋ ଅଛି ବୋଲି ତାକୁ ଲୋଗ ଉପରେ ଭଲସେ ଏତେ କଥା ତୁ କହୁଛୁ ଖାଲି ରିଜନ ହିସାବରେ ଗୋଟେ ଚାର୍ଟ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ବ୍ୟାକଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ କଣ ହେଲା କହିଲି କଣ ଆମେ କରୁଛୁ ଟିକେ ବୁଝିଲେ ବୁଝିବା ରାହୁଲ କଣ ସେ ଗ୍ରାଫିକ ଡିଜାଇନର ରାହୁଲ କଣ ଯାଉଛି କହିଲେ देखो टेस्ट आउट करो से सबुବେଳେ କହେ टेस्ट आउट କଣ କିଛି टेस्ट आउट କରିବା ଦରକାର ନା ସେ ଲୋଗୋ ଗୋଟେ ବନଲା ତ କାମଟା ଦେଖେଇଲେ ହବ ନା ସେ ଲୋଗୋ ଭିତରେ ପଶିଯାଇଛି କାମଟା କରିବ କେମିତି ନା ସେଟା ଗୋଟେ ରୋଷେଇ ବନେଇ ଦେଇଛି କାଲି ସେ ଅଧା ସେପଟେ କଥା ହଉଛି ଏପଟେ ତୋ ସହିତ ଅଲଗା କଥା ହଉଛି ଏପଟେ ମାନେ ଏମିତି କଥା ହେଲେ କେବେ ଲାଇଫରେ କାମ ହେଇପାରିବ କ୍ଲାରିଟି ତ ନାହିଁ ଯୋଉ ଲୋକମାନେ କନଫ୍ୟୁଜନ ଥାଏ ତାଙ୍କୁ କ୍ଲାରିଟି ପାଇଁ ପଠେଇ ସାରିଲି କାଲି ମାନେ ମତେ ସେଇଟା ଲୋକ ହେଇକି ଶପିଂ ଶପିଂରେ ଟିକେ ପଇସା ହଁ ଚାରିଆଡେ ଦେଖେ ସେ ସେ ତାକୁ ରଖିଛି ଖରାପ ହେଇଯିବ strategy create କରିବ ଆଉ କେମିତି vision କରିବ ସେଇଟା କର ଯୋଉଟା main core ଏଇ ସବୁ top ଆଉ ତାକୁ ଯୋଉ present କରିବାର ଅଛି ସେଇଟାକୁ higher rank ନହେଲେ ତମେ 24 ଘଣ୍ଟା କେତେ କାମ କରିବ କରି କରି ତମ ବୟସ ପଳେଇବ ଏତେ ଲକ୍ଷ ଲକ୍ଷ ଦଉଥିଲି ଅରବିନ୍ଦକୁ କହୁଛି ତୋର ଏଡିଟ କରିକି ଦେଇଦବ ଆଠଟା that is ସରିଲା ଆଉ ମେ ବି ମତେ ଆଉ ଟିକେ 100 ମିଳିପାରିବ ବଟ୍ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ରିଜେକ୍ଟ ହଉଛି ସେଟା ତୁ ଭାବୁଥାଉ ସେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଭିଜୁଆଲ ଗଲେ ମୋର ସମୟ ବି ହବନି ଆଉ ସେଥିଲାଗି ମୁଁ କନସେପ୍ଟ ନେବି ଆଚ୍ଛା ତୋର ଯୋଉ ଭିଜନ ଅଛି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଭିଜନ ଏମିତି ଭାବିବି ତ ତୁ ନିଜକୁ କେମିତି କୋଉଠି କଣ ତୁ କରୁଛୁ ମୁଁ କରୁଛି main goal में मेरा coach हाँ mindset coach right clear तो तोरो mindset coach जेମିତି ହେଲା ରାହୁଲ ବି I think mindset coach ମାନେ related field ତ କହିଦେଲି ନା ତ ସେ related field ରେ ସେ କୋଉ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ କରିବ ସେ ୟୁଟ୍ୟୁବ ଅଛି ମତେ ଲାଗୁଛି ଏବେ ନା କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ କନଜ୍ୟୁମ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଲୋକ ବି ନାହାନ୍ତି କାହିଁକିନା ଏତେ କଣ୍ଟେଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଗଲାଣି ବହୁତ କୋଚେସ୍ ଆସିଗଲାଣି ତ ତମକୁ କ୍ରିଏଟ କରିବାର ଅଛି ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟ ଏବେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା କି ତୁ ମାନେ ଏବେ ବର୍ଷେ ହେଇଥାନ୍ତା ମୁଁ କିଛି କହିନି ବଟ୍ ଇଟ୍ସ ବିନ୍ କେତେ କେତେ ବର୍ଷ 4-5 ବର୍ଷରେ ଟୋଟାଲି କେତେଟା କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ କନଭର୍ଟ ହେଇଛନ୍ତି କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ଛୋଟ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ ଲାଗି ବହୁତ କନଭର୍ଟ ହେଇଛି ନିଜର ମୁଁ କରେ ସେଟାକୁ କନଭର୍ଟ କରୁଛି ଆଚ୍ଛା ନିଜର କରୁନା ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ କନଭର୍ଟ ହେଇଛି କଣ କାଳେ ମୋତେ କନଭର୍ଟ କେତେ ବଡ଼ ତାର କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ସ ଅଛି ସେ ଗ୍ୟାପଟାକୁ ଆଇଡେଣ୍ଟିଫାଏ କରିକି ତାକୁ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରିବା ବେଳକୁ ଆମେ ରିଜିଡ୍ ମୁଁ वो इम्पैक्ट को हमें केମିତି डिफरेंटली कर हेल्प तो निजो करियो पड़ो जोटा सब निजो कर तो ସେଥିରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି କଣ ନା ଲୋକ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ କିଏ ଗୋଟେ ମୋର ମୁଁ ତ ବେଶୀ କିଛି ଲେକ୍ଚର ଦେବିନି ହେଲା କାହିଁକି ନା ତୁ ଯୋଉ ହିସାବରେ କରୁଛୁ ସେଇଟା ଠିକ ଅଛି ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ସେଇଟା ତୁ କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁ କର ବଟ୍ ସେଇଟା ହେଲା କଣ କହିଲୁ ସେଇଟା ବହୁତ ସ୍ଲୋ ହୁଏ ଯୋଉଟା ତୁ କହୁଛୁ ତତେ ଆଉ 20 ବର୍ଷ ଲାଗିବ କାହିଁକିନା ରିଜିଡିଟି ବି ଆମ ଭିତରେ ଅଛି ମୋର ବି କେତେ ଟାଇମ ହେଇଗଲା ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ ନିଡ୍ସ ଟୁ ଚେଞ୍ଜ ଖାଲି ଜାଗାଟା ଖୋଜୁ ତୋର ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟା ତୁ କରୁଛୁ ସେଇଟା ତୋର ଆସିବ ତୋର ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକ ଗୋଟେ ଥାଏ ଆଉ ତୋର ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ରାଇଟ୍ ହଁ କି ନାହିଁ ତୋର ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକରେ କଣ କଣ ଆସେ ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକରେ ଆଡ୍ ଯୋଉ ଅଛି ସେଇଟାରେ ଫୋକସ୍ କର ହଁ ସେତେ ପଇସା ନାହିଁ ଛୋଟ ନା ସେତେ ପଇସା ନାହିଁ ସେତେ ପଇସା ତ ରଖିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ସେଟାରେ ହୁଏନି ବେଟା ସେମିତି ସେଟା ହୁଏ କାହିଁକିନା ବିବେକ ଖାଲି ଆଡ୍ ଚଲେ ଆଉ ବଡ ବଡ କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ କେତେ ପଇସା ତାକୁ କେହି କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ନାହାନ୍ତି ତାର ତ କଣ ବହୁତ କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ତାର ବଡ ବଡ କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ପଳେଇଲି ତାର କିଛି କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ନାହିଁ ବଡ ବଡ କ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଟ ନଥିଲା ନା ଏଇଟା ଲିମିଟେସନ ତୁ ମୋ କଥା ଶୁଣ ତତେ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ବିଜନେସ କରିବାର ଅଛି ତୋର ବିଜନେସରେ ସବୁଠାରୁ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ଆମର ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି ଗୋଟେ ପାଠ ପଢା ହୁଏ ବିଜନେସ ଗ୍ରୋଥ ହେଲା ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟିଂରେ ସବୁବେଳେ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାନ୍ସ କାହାକୁ ଦିଏ ଜାଣିଛୁ କାହାକୁ ଦିଏ awareness marketing marketing କଣ ତୁ ମାର୍କେଟରେ ତୁ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ ସେଲ୍ କରୁଛୁ ଗୋଟେ ସର୍ଭିସ ସେଲ୍ କରୁଛୁ ହେଲା ତୁ ସେଲ୍ କେତେବେଳେ କରିବୁ ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ସେଲ୍ କରିବୁ ଲୋକମାନେ ଯଦି ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି ତୁ ଅଛୁ ତାହେଲେ ତୁ ସେଲ୍ କାହାକୁ କରିବୁ ତ ସେଲ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ awareness କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ କରିବାକୁ ପଡେ ହେଲା awareness କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ତା ପାଇଁ କଣ ହୁଏ ଦିଟା ମାର୍କେଟିଂ ଟାକ୍ଟିକ୍ ଯିବାକୁ ପଡେ ଯୋଉଟା କି ହେଲା ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକ ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକ ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ରେ ଡିଫରେନ୍ସ କଣ ଯୋଉଟା ତୁ କରୁଛୁ ତାକୁ କଣ କୁହନ୍ତି ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ନା ଇନଅର୍ଗାନିକ ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ହେଲା ଅର୍ଗାନିକ ରେ ଡିଫରେନ୍ସ କଣ ଯୋଉଟା ତୁ କରୁଛୁ ସେଇଟା କୁହନ୍ତି ସ୍ଲୋ ପ୍ରୋସେସ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ କନଭର୍ଟେବଲ ତୋର ସବୁବେଳେ ଆରୋ ଭିତରେ ଆସିବ ହିଁ ଆସିବ ବଟ୍ ସ୍ଲୋ ଆସିବ ଏଇଟା ଲେଖା ହୁଏ that is the difference major difference inorganic ରେ କଣ ତୋର ଆରୋ ହେଇ ଆସିବ କିନ୍ତୁ fast conversion ହବ ହେଲା ଏବେ ଯଦି ତୋର ଗୋଟେ ଲିମିଟେସନ ଅଛି ତୁ ଜାଣିଛୁ କି ଯେ ମତେ ମୁଁ ହେଲା ଏତେ ବର୍ଷରୁ ଅର୍ଗାନିକାଲି କରୁଛି ମୋର ସେମିତି କନଭର୍ଟ ହଉନାହିଁ ହେଲା ଏବେ ହାଇ ସେଲିଂ ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ତତେ କହୁନି ଏବେ ତୁ ଆଡ୍ କର ହେଲା ବଟ୍ ମୁଁ ତତେ କହୁଛି ତୁ ଆଡ୍ ପାଇଁ ପଇସା ରଖେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କି ଏତିକି ଆମାଉଣ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ଆଟଲିଷ୍ଟ କରିବି ହେଲା ଆଉ ସେଇ ଜାଗାରେ ନିଜେ ପାଠ ପଢିବି ଗୋଟେ ଏକ୍ସପର୍ଟ ହେଲା ଯେ ଆଡ୍ କର ପରଫର୍ମାନ୍ସ ମାର୍କେଟିଂ ये कर अच्छा सुन वो बच्चे हजार पर रखिया भाई सेटा को आसे पर कहीं रखिया बिकॉज़ ଏବେ ଦେଖ ତୋର ଯୋଉ ସ୍ମଲ୍ କନଭର୍ସନ ହେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆଜିକାଲିର ଟାଇମରେ ନା ଦିଟା ଜିନିଷ ବହୁତ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ଇନ୍ ଟର୍ମସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଆଜ୍ ଅ କୋଚ୍ ମୁଁ ତତେ କାହିଁ କହୁଛି ବିକଜ ମୁଁ ହେଲା ଗୋଟେ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ହେଲା ମୁଁ ବି ବହୁତ ସାରା ଇଂଲିଶ କୋଚ୍ ସବୁ ଯାଉ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ରାହୁଲ କରି ଯାଉ ତାର ଅଲରେଡି ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି ଏଷ୍ଟାବ୍ଲିଶ ତୋର ଏଷ୍ଟାବ୍ଲିଶ ତ ତୁ ଏବେ ରାହୁଲ ଏ ଜାଗାରେ ନା ତୋର କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଲୋକ ଜାଣି ହେଲା ଆଉ ତୋର ଯୋଉ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ କିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସବୁ ଏଜୁକେଟେଡ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ହେଲା ମିଡ୍ କ୍ୟାରିୟର ତ ମିଡ୍ କ୍ୟାରିୟର ହେଲେ ତୋର ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ର ଏଜ୍ କୋଉଥିରେ ଆସେ 35 and above ହେଲା ତ 35 and above ର ସାଇକୋଲୋଜି କଣ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ଟାର୍ଗେଟ କରୁଛୁ ତାର ଗୋଟେ କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟର ଫର୍ମେସନ ପ୍ରିଫର ତ ତୋର ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ଅଡିଏନ୍ସ ର ଯଦି ଆମେ କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟର ଫର୍ମେସନ ସିଏ ଗୋଟେ ଏଜୁକେଟେଡ ଲୋକଟା ଅଛି and 35 and above ହେଲା and also he can pay ହେଲା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତୋର ଯୋଉ ସର୍ଭିସେସ୍ ଅଛି ହେଲା ସେ ସର୍ଭିସେସ୍ ଟା ଆମର ଗୋଟେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ ମାର୍କେଟ ରେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା କଣ କହିଲୁ ଏଇଟା ପୁରା ଆମେ ଟାର୍ଗେଟ ବି କରିପାରିବାନି ଏଥିରେ ଆମେ ଡିବେଟ୍ କରିପାରିବା ବିକଜ ଏଇଥିରେ ଅଧା ତ ଲକ୍ଷଣା ଲୋକ ଅଛି ତାଙ୍କୁ କିଛି କାମ ନାହିଁ ହେଲା ଆଉ ତୋର ଯୋଉ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ତୋର ଯୋଉ ସ୍କିଲ୍ ସେଟ୍ ଟା ଅଛି ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ଭେରି ହାଇ तो इंडियन ऑडियंस बेसी धरी देबे जति तो धरी देबे बहुत एजुकेटेड मोहन सर ହେଲା तो आप लोग कौन कर ये टारगेट खाली इंडियन ऑडियंस को नहीं इंडियन तोर क्लाइंट में लेकिन फॉरेन क्लाइंट ऊपर भी फोकस कर जेमिति फोकस ହେଲା सोफी एंड तोर फॉरेन क्लाइंट हैला कोन ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା କଣ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ବିଲ୍ଡିଂ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି ବିଲ୍ଡିଂ କୋର୍ସ ମାନେ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ପାଠ ପଢୁ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ମିନ୍ସ ଗୋଟେ କଲେଜ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଗୋଟେ ୱେବସାଇଟ୍ କରି ତ ବହୁତ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ମିଳିବ ତ ହଁ ବହୁତ ଜଣଙ୍କର ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଅଛି ବଟ୍ ମୁଁ ଏଇଥିରେ ଇଏ ନେଇଥିଲି ପ୍ଲେସମେଣ୍ଟ ହଁ ସ୍କୁଲ ତ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ ଲାଗୁଛି କଲେଜ ତ ସବୁ ଅଛି ଇଏ ପ୍ଲେସମେଣ୍ଟ କେତେ ତୋର ପ୍ଲେସମେଣ୍ଟ ନାହିଁ କଥା ହେଲା ସେଇଆ तो प्लेसमेंट आजकल टाइम में कौन क्रेडेंशियल तोरो ये टेस्टिमोनियल्स ठीक तोरो टेस्टिमोनियल्स इज इंपॉर्टेंट एंड then तोरो कंटेंट मार्केट
इलाहाबाद मेरे यहाँ से 100 किलोमीटर के आसपास है मेरे घर से लेकिन रास्ते में कांवड़ वगैरह चल रही है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा गतिरोध है हर जगह, तो समय ज़्यादा लग जाता है। वैसे भी रास्ता थोड़ा सा मतलब
इसका
एकदम
मतलब आपने
सड़कें
रास्ते में कांवड़ियों का विकट और हाहाकारी डांस भी देखा होगा।
हाँ, डीजे वगैरह खूब झेलते हुए, कई जगह रुकते हुए, कई जगह तो जो
हाँ।
जगह हमें 2 घंटे में पहुँचना चाहिए,
हाँ,
वो 3 साढ़े 3 घंटे का आना-जाना रहा। साढ़े 3 घंटे जाना, साढ़े 3 घंटे आना। खैर, इलाहाबाद में बहुत मित्र हैं, मैं वहाँ छात्र जीवन से जाता रहा हूँ। वहाँ पढ़ने का मौका तो नहीं मिला, लेकिन देखने का मौका खूब मिला। बहुत मित्र हैं। तो मैंने जब फ़ेसबुक पे डाल दिया था कि मैं आ रहा हूँ यार, तो बहुत सारों ने कहा कि भई कहीं मुलाकात सबकी होनी चाहिए। अब सबको तो फिर वहाँ हमारे आज़ाद साहब विद्यमान हैं, पुराने अल्फ्रेड पार्क में, जो चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद पार्क के नाम से
जी,
है।
जी, जी, जी।
ये हुआ कि बहुत समय हो गया उनके दर्शन किए हुए, तो वहीं सबको बुला लिया था, सबसे भेंट हुई। बहुत सारे मित्र आ गए थे और सब लोग उसी क्रम में लगे थे, क्योंकि कल जो कार्यक्रम था शहर में, सबसे ज़्यादा चर्चा उसी की थी। चर्चा पैदा करने में प्रशासन की बड़ी जोरदार भूमिका रही और सबसे ज़्यादा उस स्थान के जो प्रबंधकीय प्रशासन है, एक स्कूल है वो, एक ट्रस्ट है।
ये 6 महीने पहले सुनीता जी का जयपुर से मुझे एक बड़ा इमोशनल मैसेज आया कि 12 साल पहले मैंने बीए करी, फिर मेरी शादी हो गई, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ।
कायस्थ समाज की, जिसका वो मैदान है, तो उसे जून में ही कांग्रेस ने ऑफिशियली उसका 51,000 रुपए फीस देके हायर कर लिया था आज की तारीख के लिए, कल की तारीख के लिए। लेकिन सभा होने से ठीक कुछ दिन पहले ही, हफ्ते भर पहले ही, करीब 4-5 दिन पहले, उन्होंने उसको कैंसिल कर दिया। और एक 2025 का एक कोई हाई कोर्ट का फैसला था जो अलग चीज़ों के बारे में था, उससे जोड़ के उसको कर दिया। खैर, उस पे वहाँ गतिरोध शुरू, समझ में आ गया था कि प्रशासन इस सभा को नहीं होने देना चाहता। फिर कांग्रेस के लोग जाके वहाँ उन्होंने लड़ाई की प्रशासन से भी और उनसे भी, और उनको कहा कि हम मुकदमा करेंगे आपके खिलाफ, ये तो आप हमारा बहुत नुकसान हो गया। उनका बल्कि टेंट वेंट लग गया था, उसे उतरना पड़ा था। फिर दूसरी चीज़ें हुई, नए सिरे से लगा। लेकिन बाद में प्रशासन की समझ में आ गया, चूँकि कांग्रेस अड़ गई थी कि राहुल गांधी आएँगे ज़रूर, राहुल गांधी वहाँ जाएँगे ज़रूर और हज़ारों छात्र होंगे, फिर आपकी ज़िम्मेदारी। तो फिर प्रशासन ने हथियार डाल दिए और फिर उन्होंने परमिशन 2 दिन पहले उसकी दी। लेकिन 2 दिन पहले उन्हें लगा कि अब ये तैयारी क्या कर पाएँगे। देखिए, इस सभा में बसों, ट्रकों से कोई भीड़ नहीं लाई गई थी। स्वतः स्फूर्त लोग थे। हाँ, बहुत सारे कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता बहुत सारे जिलों से अपनी जीप, कार वगैरह में आए थे, वो एक अलग चीज़ है। आए थे वो लोग, हैं, थे। लेकिन छात्रों का बहुत बड़ा, युवाओं का बहुत बड़ा, हज़ारों छात्र और युवा वहाँ थे और सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि वो जोश से भरे हुए थे। पूरा इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग माहौल था और नो डाउट राहुल गांधी की एक्सेप्टेंस अब मतलब असाधारण रूप से बढ़ रही है युवाओं में, छात्रों में, पढ़े लिखे लोगों में और समाज के सारे हिस्सों में। लेकिन कुछ हिस्सों में खासकर, जो आप और हम चूंकि राजनीतिक रूप से विश्लेषित करते हैं चीज़ों को, तो उसका उल्लेख करना जरूरी है। मैं इधर एक नया डेवलपमेंट देख रहा हूँ उत्तर भारतीय राज्यों में। एक तो जन असंतोष तो है पूरे देश में। छात्रों के आंदोलन ने इसको, काकरोच आंदोलन ने बिल्कुल सामने हमारे दीवार पे लिख दिया कि लोग सरकार की नीतियों से 12 साल में असंतुष्ट हैं। वजह बहुत गंभीर है। 65% से ज्यादा हमारे ग्रेजुएट किए हुए लोगों के पास कोई काम नहीं होता। मुझे तो ये आंकड़ा भी संदिग्ध लगता है। लेकिन अब जो भी अध्ययन करने वाले हैं उनका आंकड़ा है तो मैं मान लेता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं चारों तरफ देख रहा हूँ कि रोजगार, एकदम रोजगार विहीनता है। दूसरे एमएसएमई के तहस-नहस होने से, जो नोटबंदी के बाद से लगातार होता चला गया है, हमारे यहाँ रोजगार की बहुत बड़ी
तो छोटे और मझोले उद्योगों के तहस-नहस होने से।
छोटी-छोटी चीजों में थी, वो नष्ट जो हुई है, उसकी क्षमता बहुत कम हो गई। उससे नए रोजगारों में बहुत कमी आ गई। क्योंकि हमारा जो संगठित रोजगार का एरिया है, वो बहुत छोटा और बहुत थोड़ा-सा ही है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमारी, हम आपके कार्यक्रमों में कई बार कह ही चुके हैं, आप भी इसको जानते हैं, कि जो मनमोहन सिंह जी छोड़ गए थे 16 साढ़े 16% हमारे जीडीपी का, उतनी भी नहीं बची है। दावा था 25% पे पहुंचाएंगे, वो घट के 12-13% पे है। तो रोजगार आए कहाँ से? कृषि क्षेत्र हमारा स्लगिश है, उसमें कोई ग्रोथ नहीं है। उसमें जितने नारे दिए गए कि 2022 में आय दुगनी कर देंगे, आय आधी हो गई है या दो तिहाई रह गई है। सबकी आय घट गई है। जो मजदूर हैं, जहाँ काम करते हैं, उसमें 10-10 साल से कोई वृद्धि नहीं हुई है। नोएडा में इतना बड़ा आंदोलन हुआ, इसीलिए उसमें बड़ा सा मारपीट हुई और बेचारे बहुत सारे लोगों को मुकदमों में फंसाया गया। अब छात्रों और युवाओं का नंबर है कि उनके सामने तो दीवार पे कुछ है ही नहीं, और होगा कैसे? एफडीआई पिछले 2 सालों से आना उसने बंद कर दिया। एफआईआई यहाँ से लेके भाग रहा है जितनी जल्दी भाग सकता है। सिवाय मजदूर जो कमा के हमें बाहर से भेजते हैं, रेमिटेंस, किसी और क्षेत्र में कोई ग्रोथ ही नहीं। एक्सपोर्ट वही 400 बिलियन के आसपास 10-20 ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है। तो सिवाय सर्विसेज के, जिसमें अब एआई की वजह से बहुत बड़ा संकट आने वाला है अगले 2 सालों में, तो ये इतना भारी संकट आ जाएगा, क्योंकि ये एरिया हमारा 55% ग्रोथ इंजन था। ये 55% इंजन में 2 साल में रोबोट और एआई की वजह से बहुत सारे जॉब कर्टेल होना शुरू ही हो गए। तो नतीजा ये होगा कि रोजगार का ये साधन भी गया। तो हमारा विकास कहाँ होगा? लोगों को नौकरी कहाँ देंगे? और ऐसे में जो आपकी प्रतियोगी परीक्षाएं हैं,
पेपर लीक हो रहे हैं,
वहां आपने एक दूसरा धंधा खोल दिया है। जो यूनिवर्सिटीज वगैरह हैं, उसमें आपने, जैसा राहुल गांधी भी कह रहे हैं और हम लोग भी कहते हैं, सब आरएसएस के लोगों को भर दिया है, उन्हीं को नौकरी मिलती है। तो एक पूरा सेक्शन, सोशल सेक्शन, उस प्रतियोगिता से भी बाहर हो गया। तो कहीं कुछ है ही नहीं, एकदम अंधकार है। तो इसके खिलाफ गुस्सा होगा कैसे नहीं?
6 months from now, you're either creating brand films for Nivea or you're competing with 10,000 freelancers for 500 gigs. That's literally it. Those are the only.
तो गुस्सा हो रहा है। अपने लिए आपने क्या किया है? 6 लाख से 9 लाख के करीब जो हैसियतदार समाज है हमारा, वो अपने बच्चों को विदेश भेज देता है। वो हैसियतदार कौन है? राजनीतिज्ञ हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं, व्यापारी हैं। बाकी सारे समाज को आपने पूरी शिक्षा व्यवस्था भगवान भरोसे छोड़ दी है, और आप जो है चले जा रहे हैं, सिर्फ प्रचार पे खर्च करते हैं। अभी न्यूज लॉन्ड्री ने एक बहुत बढ़िया स्टोरी की है कि उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री लगभग 4 करोड़ रुपया रोज अपने प्रचार पे खर्च करते हैं, जो मोदी जी से भी ज्यादा है ऑफिशियली। हालांकि मोदी जी का बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो उसमें रिपोर्ट में नहीं है, लेकिन 1600 करोड़ का इनका बजट हो गया है। जब हम लोग पत्रकारिता करते थे 100, 150, 80 करोड़ ऐसे कुछ होता था। फिर जब हम लोग गए वहां से तो 400-500 करोड़ था। एकदम अब 1500-1600 करोड़ रुपए सालाना इस राज्य का, जिसमें $1200-1300 प्रति सालाना इनकम का हमारा जीडीपी के बरक्स है। यानी जो नेशनल एवरेज 2700-2800 है, उसके आधे से भी कम है यहाँ पर कैपिटा इनकम। तो ऐसे, और इस पर कैपिटा इनकम में भी एक छोटा सेक्शन हर चीज में हमारा है जिसके पास ज्यादा है माल, तो बाकी लोगों का तो 700-800-900 रह जाता है, जो बिहार का एवरेज है, और जो साधारण अफ्रीका के आसपास चला जाता है। तो बेइंतहा गरीबी, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं एकदम चौपट, शिक्षा सेवाएं एकदम चौपट, रोजगार की एकदम कोई संभावना ही नहीं। पढ़ाई लिखाई में भारी पैसा निवेश होने लगा, बहुत पैसा लगता है, सब चीजें महंगी कर दी, यूनिवर्सिटी शिक्षा वगैरह सब बहुत महंगी हो गई, हॉस्टल बहुत महंगे हो गए, महंगाई बढ़ी रही है ऑन एन एवरेज। इन सब चीजों ने बिल्कुल समाज को बिलबिला दिया है।
जी।
ये बिलबिलाहट कल मुझे उस भीड़ में दिखाई पड़ी, जो गुस्से में बदल रही थी और जो इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग थी राहुल के फेवर में, और राहुल की एक्सेप्टेंस निश्चित तौर पर लगातार बढ़ रही है। एक जो बिंदु जिस पर मैं उंगली रखना चाहता हूं, मैंने पाया कि कल वहां ब्राह्मण समाज के बहुत लोग थे।
अच्छा।
उत्तर प्रदेश में जो 3 प्रमुख जातियों की संख्या है, सबसे ज्यादा दलित, मुसलमान और उसके बाद यादव और ब्राह्मण आप 4 लोगों को ले सकते हैं, हम इन दोनों को बराबर ही समझते हैं, यादव और ब्राह्मण आसपास ही 11-12, 10 से 12 के बीच कहीं। तो इस समाज के लोगों में जो पहले कांग्रेस के साथ हुआ करते थे, लेकिन फिर बहुत परिवर्तन हो गया। अब तो 35-36 साल से वहां कांग्रेस का कोई नाम लेवा नहीं है, और लास्ट इलेक्शन जो अकेले लड़ा था कांग्रेस ने, उसमें 3% वोट मिले थे। तो इसलिए कांग्रेस का कोई सांगठनिक और जनाधार दोनों निकल चुका था। जो पिछड़ी जातियों की पार्टियां थी, जो 2 बड़ी प्रमुख पार्टियां हैं, पिछड़ी और दलित की, बीएसपी और सपा, ये उनके बड़े सेक्शंस को अपने नीचे रखे हुए हैं। जो बचा कुचा उसमें से है वो बीजेपी के पास है। बीजेपी ने बहुत सारे ऐसे नेताओं को अपने में एनडीए के रूप में समा लिया है, जो उनमें से छोटे छोटे सब सेक्शंस का नेतृत्व करते हैं। कोई निषादों की पार्टी है, कोई राजभर की पार्टी है, कोई और पार्टी है। इस तरह की पार्टियों को, चौहानों की पार्टी है, इन सब चीजों को बीजेपी खरीद लेती है। तो उसके पास एक वोट बैंक बीजेपी उसमें ओबीसी और दलित में हो जाता है। कांग्रेस के पास इसमें से कोई जगह बची नहीं थी। लेकिन कल मुझे ये लगा, क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश में चीफ मिनिस्टर राजपूत है और उनकी हिंदुत्ववादी विचार के लोगों में अच्छी सहमति है, मोदी जी से ज्यादा है बल्कि उत्तर प्रदेश में, और कई और प्रदेशों में भी लोग ऐसा कहते हैं। लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश के ब्राह्मण समाज में उनको लेकर डिस्कंटेंट है। ये मुझे कल बहुत सारे सैंपल्स मिले,
स्पष्ट हो गया।
मैंने पूछा भैया, मैं कह सकता हूँ कि, और इलाहाबाद, वाराणसी, ये सब ऐसे शहर हैं जहां से ये सिंबल हमें नजर आता है।
हाँ, ये ब्राह्मणों के अड्डे हैं।
कानपुर, इलाहाबाद, यहाँ ये अड्डे हैं। तो इसकी वजह से ये चीज समझ में आती है कि दिशा में कुछ परिवर्तन हो रहा है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि सारे ब्राह्मण अभी बीजेपी को छोड़ कांग्रेस में लौट रहे हैं, लेकिन उस तरह की धारा बहने की मुझे संकेत वहां मिले। ये बहुत
संकेत मिलने लगे। हाँ, ठीक है।
और दूसरी तरफ हम राजस्थान में देखते हैं कि वहां ब्राह्मण मुख्यमंत्री है, दोनों तरफ बीजेपी की सरकार है। उत्तर प्रदेश में राजपूत, वहां ब्राह्मण। वहां जो करणी सेना है और क्षत्रियों के जो संगठन है, वो सरकार की नाक में दम किए हुए सड़क पे उतरे हुए हैं। वो यूजीसी के वो राजाज्ञा को वापस कराने में आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। तो ये सवर्ण जातियों में भी जो एक तरफा बीजेपी के लिए एक पक्षीय मामला था, अब उसमें अलग अलग तर्क देके अलग अलग जगहों पर विघटन होता हुआ
दिखाई पड़ रहा है।
मुझे लगा ये बात महत्वपूर्ण है, आपसे शेयर की जाए।
निश्चित रूप से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अच्छा, अब जो आपने छात्रों की गूंज कार्यक्रम में आप रहे, तो राहुल गांधी ने, अखबारों में तो आया है, राहुल गांधी ने ये कहा वो कहा, बहुत सी बातें आई हैं अखबारों में। जब छात्रों की गूंज कार्यक्रम शुरू किया था कोटा से राहुल गांधी ने, तो उस वक्त उन्होंने कहा था कि ये राजनीतिक प्रोग्राम नहीं है, हम वोट मांगने के लिए नहीं आए हैं। मतलब कहने का मतलब ये है, हम शिक्षा व्यवस्था में परिवर्तन के एजेंडे के साथ आए हैं, ये उन्होंने कहा था। लेकिन तब से अब तक राहुल गांधी के नारे में एक परिवर्तन हुआ है, और इसका मुख्य नारा यह है कि अगर रोजगार नहीं तो सिंहासन नहीं, अगर रोजगार नहीं दोगे तो सिंहासन नहीं मिलेगा। अच्छा, और रोजगार उपलब्ध नहीं है।
Wait, how old is the new hire?
I don't know, but he literally uses Excel.
रोजगार, अगर आज की स्थिति इतनी खराब हो चुकी है, पहले बार तो सरकार का कोई इरादा नहीं है रोजगार देने का, लेकिन अगर इरादा हो भी सरकार का, तब भी वो रोजगार नहीं दे सकती, क्योंकि उसने पहले से ही वो अपने हाथ से वो संभावनाएं नष्ट कर ली हैं।
करेक्ट,
ये स्थिति है। और इस सरकार को पता था कि हम इन संभावनाओं को नष्ट कर देंगे, इसीलिए सत्ता में आने के कुछ दिन बाद एक न्यू इंडिया नाम का की अवधारणा बीजेपी द्वारा जारी की गई, और उसमें नौजवानों को शपथ दिलाई जाती थी कि आप न्यू इंडिया के तहत जो है इस देश के नागरिक हैं। और उस शपथ में एक लाइन होती थी कि आप सरकार से रोजगार नहीं मांगेंगे, आप स्वरोजगार वगैरह की दिशा में जाएंगे, सरकार से आप रोजगार नहीं मांगेंगे। ये आप देखिए, मोदी जी वाला पकौड़े वाला जो आइडिया है वो इसी की देन है। अभी भागवत जी ने जैन जी के साथ बातचीत करते हुए कहा कि एक पान वाले का जिक्र कर दिया कि उसने 27 लाख रुपए कमा लिए। यानी आप जिन लोगों ने डिग्रियां हासिल की हैं वो या तो पकौड़े तलें या फिर पान की दुकान लगाएं। हाँ, अच्छा। जबकि रोजगार का प्रश्न, रोजगार ये है कि डिग्री के मुताबिक रोजगार मिलना चाहिए, और लोगों की जो महत्वाकांक्षा है, लोगों ने सपना देखा है कैसा जीवन गुजारना चाहते हैं, उसको पूरा करने वाला रोजगार उनको मिलना चाहिए। वरना वो हो सकता है कि मजबूरी में उन्हें रेहड़ी पटरी खड़ा होना पड़े, हो सकता है मजबूरी में उन्हें पान लगाने पड़े, हो सकता है मजबूरी में उन्हें पकौड़े तलने पड़े, लेकिन इसका मतलब इससे संतुष्ट नहीं होंगे, वो नाराज रहेंगे लगातार, और कभी भी उनकी नाराजगी उबल पड़ेगी। इतना ऐसा कुचक्र इन लोगों ने यहाँ बना दिया है। और राहुल गांधी की जो बढ़ती हुई लोकप्रियता है और उनके कार्यक्रमों की जो लोकप्रियता है, वो उसका सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण लगती है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो राहुल ने अपनी बातें कही, आपने खुद ही देखा कितना जबरदस्त उनके प्रति जो है वो उछाल था उसमें। अब इसकी तुलना अगर हम मोहन भागवत के जेनजी वाले संवाद से करते हैं, नीलंजन मुखोपाध्याय ने बहुत अच्छा उसके ऊपर लिखा है, आप जानते हैं नीलंजन को। उन्होंने लिखा है कि जो लोग वहां बैठे हुए थे जेनजी के नाम पर, वो सब ताली बजाने के लिए आए थे और वो बात बात में जरा सा मौका मिलता था वो ताली बजाकर जो है वो अपनी खुशी व्यक्त करते थे। और प्रोग्राम असली लगे इसलिए उसमें एक आध ऐसा सवाल भी पूछ दिया गया था जो अक्सर पूछा जाता है कि भाई राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ ने झंडा क्यों नहीं लहराया इतने दिनों तक संघ पे, ताकि ये लगे कि नहीं इसमें कुछ ऐसी बातें भी बोली गई जो कि थोड़ी परेशानी वाली बातें हैं। और दूसरी तरफ ये छात्रों की गूंज वाले कार्यक्रम है जिनमें स्वतः स्फूर्त तरीके से इस तरह के लोग आते हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस के भीतर अभी भी इतनी राहुल गांधी की सफलताओं के बावजूद कांग्रेस के भीतर अभी भी कुछ एक दो स्वर ऐसे हैं जो कुछ अजीब तरीके से इस पूरे देख रहे हैं। आज शशि थरूर का एक बयान आया कि वो राहुल के जो कार्यक्रम है वो इम्पैक्ट नहीं पैदा कर पाए जो कि काकरोच पार्टी ने इम्पैक्ट पैदा किया। जबकि दोनों अलग अलग बातें हैं। काकरोच पार्टी का उभरना और हस्तक्षेप करना राजनीति में वो अलग प्रक्रिया है और राहुल का ये प्रोग्राम करना अलग प्रक्रिया है, और दोनों प्रक्रियाओं का आपस में संगम हो जाता है। मतलब एक मुकाम पे आके दोनों प्रक्रियाओं का आपस में संगम हो जाता है। तो इस पूरे जो मैंने बात आपके सामने रखी, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्योंकि ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि इसका विश्लेषण जरा और ठीक से किया जाए।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी एक राजनीतिक पार्टी के लीडर है, उनकी एक राजनीतिक पार्टी है, उस पार्टी का एक संगठन है जिसमें बहुत सारे लोग हैं और उसका एक जन समर्थन है जिसमें राहुल गांधी की वजह से वृद्धि हो रही है। अब संगठन उस जन समर्थन को संगठन में शामिल कर ले, ये क्षमता एक अलग विषय है जो करने में वो हमें असफल दिखता है, बिल्कुल स्वीकार्य है। काकरोच आंदोलन जो था वो एक विस्फोट था, एक समस्या पर समाज के एक हिस्से का विस्फोट। निश्चित तौर पर कोई राजनीतिक दल उसको रिप्लेस उस तरह से नहीं कर सकता। वो उनकी ये तुलना ही अजीबोगरीब है। वो एक इशू आया, उस इशू पर एक प्रतिक्रिया आई, उस प्रतिक्रिया से सहमति भी देश में बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं जो उससे पीड़ित थे, वो नब्ज को पकड़ लिया उसने, मतलब नब्ज पे उंगली रख दी। तो उसकी प्रतिक्रिया केरल से लेके और कश्मीर तक एक तरफा हुई। भयानक, इसमें कोई शक नहीं, वो बड़ा विस्फोट था जनजी का जो ये आंदोलन हुआ जंतर मंतर का। और मैं स्वीकार करता हूं कि शुरुआत में उसको लेके हमारी जो समझ थी वो अधकचरी थी। बाद में जो तथ्य आए उन्होंने उसको हमारे सामने भी नए फलक उसके खोल दिए, हमें पता ही नहीं।
शीतल जी, ऐसा मत कहिए। मेरा निवेदन ये है कि ऐसा मत कहिए, इसलिए मत कहिए क्योंकि इस आंदोलन का नेतृत्व अलग चीज है और वो आंदोलनकारी जो थे वो अलग है। नेतृत्व में ऐसे विनोद शर्मा की अगर हम बात कहें, उसमें कुछ एंटीबॉडीज आ गए थे और उन एंटीबॉडीज का कंपोजिशन स्पष्ट नहीं था। आज भी ये सब सोनम वांगचुक है, सोनम वांगचुक की भूमिका जो है उसके अंदर सकारात्मक भी थी क्योंकि उनके अजनशन की वजह से उसको उछाल मिला, वैधता प्राप्त हुई। लेकिन सोनम वांगचुक ने बाद में जो किया वो वही है जिसकी हम लोग चर्चाएं कर रहे थे। क्यों अभिजीत दीपके वगैरह का भी दिमाग उस वक्त तक साफ नहीं था। आज इन लोगों का दिमाग ज्यादा साफ है। आज ये मंच पे गांधी, नेहरू और अंबेडकर की तस्वीर रख के चल रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं हम नेहरू के सपनों का भारत बनाना चाहते हैं।
मैं इसको इस आधार पर कह रहा हूं कि जैसे एक माध्यम है इंस्टाग्राम, मैं उस पर सक्रिय ही नहीं हूं, मुझे नहीं पता आप हैं कि नहीं है।
नहीं,
लेकिन आप भी नहीं है, हमारी पीढ़ी के लोग उस पर नहीं है। और ये आंदोलन इंस्टाग्राम पे पैदा हुआ। अब ये हमारी अनभिज्ञता है, मुझे इसको स्वीकार करने में कभी कोई हिचक नहीं हुई, इसलिए कि इससे मैं सीखता हूं और मैं उसको देख रहा हूं लगातार। और मैं ये पा रहा हूं कि जो उनके अंदर धड़क रहा था, इतना ज्यादा वो था वहां, मैं वहां था नहीं तो मैं उसको फील नहीं कर पाया। ये फील हमने तब किया जब हमने पाया कि हमारे चारों तरफ जो बच्चे हैं, मेरे बच्चों के बच्चे और जो मेरे दोस्तों के बच्चे, बहुत सारे अधिकारियों के बच्चे जो हम लोगों के दोस्त कम परिचित हैं, और इवन बीजेपी के नेताओं के बच्चे, यानी वो उस नब्ज पे उंगली थी, उन सबके भीतर वो गुस्सा भर रहा था।
Your company is quietly pushing you out and you know it. Now at 40 and above, your experience should be a biggest asset, but companies are now treating it as a liability. And no one tells you that there is one career where experience beats everything, and that is consulting. Companies pay experts like you premium rates to solve problems you've been handling for decades. So why let them undervalue you when you can monetize your skills directly? Hi, my name is Sandeep Das. I'm an MBA from IIM Bangalore. I was a director at PwC with over 17 years of experience. And I'm coming up with this 2-hour workshop where I'll show you exactly how to make the shift from your corporate role to a premium consulting career, either by building your own practice or positioning yourself for high-level roles in top consulting firms. This is not about quitting your job. It's about upgrading your career to match your potential. So register now and I will see you inside.
राहुल गांधी ने भी बिल्कुल उसको करने की शुरुआत की उन्होंने, लेकिन वो भी तकनीक की नब्ज के उस हिस्से पे नहीं थे जिस हिस्से पे उंगली रखने से दीप के ने उस पे उंगली रखी। बहुत से लोग इस देश में हैं जो इंस्टाग्राम पे हैं, लेकिन उस नब्ज पे उंगली उस लड़के ने रखी, उसका श्रेय उसको है भाई। और उससे पूरे देश में वो हिस्सा एकदम उबल के सड़क पे आ गया, और इस तरह से आ गया कि इतना प्रायोजित कार्यक्रम जो भागवत साहब का था, वहां से निकले भी कुछ बच्चों ने बाहर उस पूरे प्रोग्राम की धज्जियां उड़ा दी। वो वीडियोस भी हैं। ताली बजाने वाले तो बुला ही गए थे सारे, लेकिन उन ताली बजाने वालों के बीच भी कुछ थे बच्चे जो क्रिटिकल माइंड लेके वहां गए थे, और उन्होंने उसका क्रिटिक प्रस्तुत किया, बहुत तथ्यपूर्वक और बहुत ताकतवर। और हमें सच्चाई ये है, हम इस पीढ़ी की इस लेवल की सक्रियता को, कि मैं बताऊं आपको, अब तो मैं इसको ज्यादा देख रहा हूं, उन्होंने ब्रांड मोदी को, जिसको शायद गढ़ने में 1 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा खर्च हुआ है और अनवरत खर्च हो रहा है, धूल धूसरित कर दिया। और इसमें संभावनाएं राहुल गांधी जैसों के लिए बढ़ गई। इस आंदोलन से एक्चुअली राहुल गांधी के लिए, चूंकि उनके सामने कोई है नहीं विपक्ष में, और राहुल गांधी उस पीढ़ी को, उस विचार को, उस सोच को सूट करते हैं। वो अच्छी अंग्रेजी बोलना जानते हो, टी शर्ट पहन के आ जाते हैं। कल उनकी टी शर्ट भीग गई, भीड़ में घसीट गई। मुझे तो लग रहा है उन्होंने किसी से शर्ट ली, वो उनके नाप की नहीं लग रही जो पहन के वो बोले।
जो पिंक शर्ट पहने हुए थे।
हाँ, तो मतलब इस तरह से इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग माहौल था। तो ये एक मतलब थरूर साहब वो तुलना गलत कर रहे हैं, वो अलग चीज है, ये अलग चीज। लेकिन उन्होंने, वो ऐसे डॉक्टर थे ये दीप के साहब और ये बच्चों वाला, कि जिन्होंने उस नब्ज पर ज्यादा बेहतरीन ढंग से उंगली रखी। राहुल गांधी भी उसी नब्ज पे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनकी डायग्नोसिस में और इस डायग्नोसिस में भी फर्क है। हो सकता है कि वो चीजें एक दूसरे से जुड़ जाएं, जो आपके सवाल में था कि ये अल्टीमेटली एक ही दिशा में है, तो संगम इनका हो सकता है, या हो रहा
संगम होता दिखाई पड़ रहा है। अब ये स्थिति है जैसे कि विनोद अग्निहोत्री ने, इनके प्रवक्ता हैं, क्या नाम है उनका, रैंका, मैं पूरा नाम भूल रहा हूँ, रैंका। तो वो उनके साथ एक बातचीत की विनोद अग्निहोत्री ने मुझे खुद बताया। वो बातचीत में उन्होंने खुद भी कहा कि उन्होंने पूछा राहुल गांधी के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जितनी मजबूती के साथ राहुल गांधी ने और कांग्रेस ने हमें समर्थन दिया है, उतना और किसी ने नहीं दिया। और हम इस मामले में वो राहुल गांधी की प्रशंसा करते हैं, मतलब उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा। और दूसरे उन्होंने कहा कि हम नेहरू के सपनों का भारत बनाना चाहते हैं। अच्छा, अब आप देखिए, अगर जेनजी की जो सबसे बड़ी राजनीतिक अभिव्यक्ति है, वो नेहरू की तस्वीर मंच पर लगाती है गांधी और अंबेडकर के साथ में, तो इससे तो बीजेपी ने जो नेहरू कि नेहरू की छवि के भंजन का जो एक बहुत लंबा 12 साल लंबा कार्यक्रम बना रखा है,
जी 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 जी
इस पूरा 12 साल पुराना कार्यक्रम पे एक बहुत बड़ी चोट लगती है इससे। और बीजेपी के पास कोई तरीका नहीं है कि अब वो जेन जी के मन से नेहरू के प्रति जो आकर्षण बना है कि भाई नेहरू आधुनिक भारत के निर्माता थे
जी
है, और जो कुछ भारत में सकारात्मक हो रहा था, नेहरू ने अगर वो शिक्षा संस्थान नहीं खोले होते तो कुछ नहीं हो पाता है। तो वो चीज जेन जी के मन में है, और वो नेहरू के प्रति प्रशंसा भाव है उनके मन में, जबकि ये लोग बोल रहे थे क्या क्या कहते थे। अच्छा आप बताइए, जेन जी के मन में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ कहाँ है? इस जेन जी के मन में विनायक दामोदर सावरकर की छवि क्या है? इस जेन जी के मन में नाथूराम गॉडसे के बारे में जेन जी क्या सोचती है? ये जेन जी क्या जेन जी को केशवराव बलिराम हेडगेवार और गोलवलकर हैं, माधवराव सदाशिवराव गोलवलकर या देवरस, इनके बारे में इनमें कोई दिलचस्पी है?
ये
राजनीति के बारे में जेन जी कोई दिलचस्पी है?
ये जेन जी एक क्लिक से 4-4 5-5 एआई को खंगाल के सच पे पहुंच जा रही है।
हाँ,
ये आर्थिक आंकड़ों पर, सामाजिक आंकड़ों पर, झूठ पर, इन्होंने, मैं तो कह तो रहा हूं कि जो 1 लाख करोड़ से बनाया हुआ मोदी जी का ब्रांड था, जिसमें गल्प ही गल्प था, उसकी इन्होंने तथ्यों से धज्जियां उड़ा दी हैं, और ये इतनी सामग्री जनरेट कर रहे हैं कि पूरा आईटी सेल वगैरह सब इस लड़ाई से बाहर हो गया है।
बाहर हो गया।
तो ये सामर्थ्य कांग्रेस के पास नहीं थी, ये राहुल की टीम में इतनी सामर्थ्य नहीं थी। इतने सारी कंटेंट एकाएक लाना, यानी नेहरू जी को, जो आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, नेहरू जी हैं, गांधी जी हैं, आरएसएस का रोल है, बीजेपी की आर्थिक नीतियां हैं, बेरोजगारी की स्थिति है, सरकार द्वारा धर्म का राजनीतिक इस्तेमाल है, इन सब चीजों के जवाब इनको तो एक क्लिक में हासिल होते हैं। हम लोग उतने सहवी नहीं है, हमें सीखना पड़ता है। तो ये इसलिए ऐसी कंटेंट जनरेट कर रहे हैं। हाँ, बच्चे हैं तो गाली गलौज और वो सब भी उनमें वो सब होता है। हम लोग अपनी उम्र में बच्चे थे तो ये
नहीं, उनको नाराज कर दिया ना, उनको गाली गलौज की एक वजह है।
गाली तो नाराजगी से पैदा होती है।
नहीं भाई देखिए, मोदी जी को गाली देने में किसको दिलचस्पी हो सकती है?
हाँ।
मोदी जी की माँ को गाली देने में किसको दिलचस्पी हो सकती है? हम लोगों के और बच्चों के जो ज़हन है उसमें उनकी माँ मौजूद ही नहीं है।
देखिए हमारी
तो मोदी जी ने चिढ़ा दिया है सबको, बीजेपी ने चिढ़ा दिया है सबको।
नहीं, हम इस रियलिटी से कैसे भाग सकते हैं? हमारे चारों तरफ गाली भरी हुई है भाई।
हाँ,
गाली कोई ऐसी नहीं कि अजनबी एलियन थी और एकाएक कहीं किसी दूसरे देश से एकाएक लाई गई और हमारे देश में इस आंदोलन में पैदा कर दी गई।
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step.
गाली तो सब तरफ है। इनकी ओर से गाली देने वाले तो 15 साल से 17 साल से सबको गाली ही दे रहे थे।
गाली ही दे रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं कर रहे।
ये तो उसकी प्रतिक्रिया हुई है। अब प्रतिक्रिया में जो भाषा उपलब्ध है चारों तरफ, जो उनके आचार विचार है, वही सब आएगा। वो उनकी भाषा बन चुका है। उनकी भाषा में ये सब चीजें कॉमन है। दिल्ली की भाषा में, पंजाब की भाषा में बहुत सारी गालियां हमारे बोलचाल में है। तो वो सब चीजें उनकी, अब हर पीढ़ी, ये तो हम आप इस पे बहुत बार बात ही कर चुके हो, जानते भी हैं, हर पीढ़ी अपना भाषा, मुहावरे, निकनेम, ये सब पैदा करती रहती है, बदलती रहती है। ये सब चीजें अनवरत बदलने और बढ़ने घटने वाली चीजें हैं।
तो ये सीन ये बन गया है कुछ इस तरह का राजनीति का कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, जो भारत में पार्टी प्रणाली की एक जमाने में सर्वोच्च पार्टी हुआ करती थी, अब नंबर 2 की पार्टी है। एक तरफ तो वो युवा पीढ़ी में, जिसको जेन ज़ी आप कह सकते हैं, कह ही रहे हैं हम लोग, उसके अंदर उसकी पैठ तेजी के साथ बढ़ रही है राहुल गांधी की शख्सियत के जरिए। दूसरी तरफ सिविल सोसाइटी का एक आंदोलन है, इसमें काकरोच जनता पार्टी है, जो इसके बारे में उनका रैंका का कहना ये था कि वो हम तो एक मंच के तौर पर फंक्शन करेंगे, अभी कोई पार्टी वार्टी बनाने का हमारा इरादा नहीं। वो सारे देश में क्या बोलती तू करके, मतलब एक पूरा कार्यक्रम सितंबर से वो चलाने वाला है। तो 2 समांतर कार्यक्रम लगातार चलेंगे और वो मुझे लगता है कि इन कार्यक्रमों की जो राजनीति है, वो राजनीति दरअसल एक दूसरे परस्पर व्यापी है, ओवरलैपिंग राजनीति है ये पूरी की पूरी, और इससे सरकार के खिलाफ नाराजगी लगातार बढ़ती चली जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
एक और इसमें हो रही है, उसका भी नोटिस ले लिया जाए।
हाँ,
केजरीवाल भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनको इस जनजी वाले आंदोलन में स्वीकृति मिल जाए,
बिल्कुल,
लेकिन उनको नहीं मिल पा रही है। ये भी चीज है, देखिए
E20 का सवाल उठा रहे हैं वो।
हाँ, वो बहुत सारे सवाल, अब तो E20 आए, पहले वो आंदोलन में बहुत बार गए मंच पे, चूंकि ये सब लोग उनको जानते थे, उनकी पार्टी में रह चुके थे, तो इनको मंच पे आने में जाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुई, और उन्होंने ताली वाली सब हुआ उनका, उनके लोग भी लगे रहे इस आंदोलन में, तो उन्होंने भी अपना हैट फेंक रखा है। लेकिन वही है कि जनजी की अपनी जो स्वीकृति है, उसमें अगर किसी राजनेता के तौर पे किसी को दूसरे को स्वीकृति मिल रही तो सिर्फ राहुल गांधी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को उस तरह से स्वीकृति नहीं मिल रही है। व्यक्ति के तौर पर वो राहुल गांधी अपनी पार्टी से बहुत आगे निकल गए और पार्टी पीछे पीछे घिसट रही है। एक्चुअली अब पार्टी पर है कि वो इस परिस्थिति को कैसे अपने लिए निर्मित कर सके और उसमें डेवलपमेंट कर सके, वरना वो और केजरीवाल, मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी और केजरीवाल की पार्टी, ये सब एक ही पैरामीटर पर चल रहे होंगे। व्यक्ति के तौर पर राहुल गांधी स्वीकार्य है और आंदोलन के तौर पर काकरोच आंदोलन जनजी को स्वीकार्य है। ये दो परिस्थितियां हमारे साथ 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 समानांतर चलती हुई मिल रही। हो सकता है कि भविष्य में इनमें एसिमिलेशन भी हो।
नहीं, बिल्कुल एसिमिलेशन तो मुझे अभी होता हुआ दिखाई पड़ रहा है। मतलब मेरा अपना अवलोकन ये है कि अभी एसिमिलेशन होता हुआ दिखाई पड़ रहा है। आप अभिजीत दीप के या उनके जो प्रवक्ता हैं, उन प्रवक्ताओं की बातें अगर सुने तो ऐसा लगता है कि उन्होंने ये मान लिया है कि उनके आंदोलन का जो राजनीतिक फलितार्थ है, जो पॉलिटिकल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हैं उनके आंदोलन के, वो आंदोलन दरअसल कांग्रेस और राहुल गांधी को ही फायदा पहुंचाएंगे अंततः, और पहुंचा रहे हैं। वो मतलब फायदा धीरे धीरे उधर ही शिफ्ट हो रहा है और हाँ, वो फायदा उधर ही शिफ्ट हो रहा है। इसलिए उन्होंने ये भी मान लिया है कि उनका कोई पार्टी वार्टी बनाने का इरादा नहीं है। वो एक सिविल सोसाइटी के एक प्रेशर ग्रुप के तरीके से वो काम करेंगे और जन जागरण करेंगे, क्योंकि लोगों में जागरूकता बहुत जरूरी है। जन जागरण क्या कमाल कर सकता है, ये जंतर मंतर ने दिखाया है। बिल्कुल। तो बहुत सुंदर चर्चा हम लोगों ने इस विषय पे की, और चूंकि आप वहां से सीधे आए थे प्रयागराज से, तो आपके पास वो तमाम अनुभूतियां थी जिनके आधार पर आप विश्लेषण, आमतौर पर हम लोग तथ्यों और तर्कों का ज्यादा इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने विश्लेषण में, लेकिन ये एक ऐसा विश्लेषण था जिसके अंदर अनुभूतियों का भी प्राधान्य था। और इसकी वजह से मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें एक नई बात पैदा हुई है। इसमें हम लोग इस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचे हैं कि एक राजनीतिक दल की राजनीतिक गतिशीलता और एक सिविल सोसाइटी आंदोलन की राजनीतिक गतिशीलता, किस तरीके से उसका दोनों का आपस में एक बेहतरीन और रचनात्मक संगम हो रहा है, जो भारतीय लोकतंत्र के लिए एक शुभ संकेत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शीतल जी इस चर्चा के लिए।
बहुत आनंद आया। नमस्कार।
Mom, why can't you be like Auntie Anna?
What do you mean?
She's a director at her company. She talked in front of everyone and everyone clapped really loud.
Diya?
You've had the same job forever though. You just
Hi, Jimmy Pays here with Bitrix 24, a free CRM that will help you.
Shut up ya Kunal.
Shut up, ya Kunal.
Chupna.
Shut up, ya Kunal.
Shut up ya Kunal.
Ya Kunal.
So welcome to Shut Up Ya Kunal. I've been trying to have you on the show for a long time. I'm happy that you find.
ये वही लखनऊ है, ये वही लखनऊ है जहाँ 1916 में। अब मैं इससे बैठ नहीं, मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ। सुनिए ना, आ रहा हूँ ना। पाकिस्तान आ गया। सुनिए, अब मैं बता रहा हूँ। हिंदू पाकिस्तान शब्द किसने प्रयोग किया? हमने या शशि थरूर ने। हिंदू तालिबान शब्द किसने प्रयोग किया? हमने या शशि।
ब्रो, अगर पाकिस्तान नहीं होता, तो पेट्रियोटिक होता क्या? मैं कभी सोचा नहीं रे इसके बारे में।
You know, obviously, as a Democrat and as a pluralist, I don't like the word secularist because it has, it's too, what do you call it? It binds you in a rope. Pluralist means कोई भी नागरिक हो, वो अपने विचार सामने रखे और विचार कैसे भी हों, धर्म के बारे में और संस्कृति के बारे में, भाषा के बारे में, क्रिकेट के बारे में, फिल्म के बारे में, लेकिन अहिंसक तरीके से रखे. That is a pluralist. Freedom of expression expressed non-violently. I thought because I'm a pluralist and I've lived in many parts of India. मेरी पैदाइश देहरादून की है और मैं हूँ वैसे तमिलनाडु कर्नाटक का और मेरे घर में कभी ऐसा नहीं था कि कोई हिंदू है, कोई मुसलमान है, कोई ब्राह्मण है, कोई बिल्कुल नहीं. So my family background was also one that predisposed me, you could say, to hope, optimism. आप कह सकते हैं this is naive कि पूरा भारत मेरे घर जैसा नहीं था. और जब मैंने अपना काम शुरू किया एज अ हिस्टोरियन, जब मैं रिसर्च करने लगा तो गांधी जी, नेहरू, अंबेडकर, इन लोगों को भी मैंने ज़्यादा लिखा है. So that is non-discrimination they have attempted. So I speak in that. I recommend to your viewers translation that Akar Patel did of Narendra Modi's article on Gold Worker, which was published in Scroll in English. Now it's impressive. So Indian art and music. हमारे मित्रों से ये कहता हूँ, एक बॉडीगार्ड कल्टर केजरीवाल, this and worried about what would happen retired, and he said report about industrial workers are leaving their jobs, they can't survive in the cities, they're going back to their villages, and Modi is model for winning elections. Now, having made all these criticisms of Modi, I must at the same time acknowledge that Modi and Shah are brilliant political operators. They're diabolical, they're malevolent, but they're brilliant. So what is the modus operandi for winning power and staying in power? It is constitute a consolidated Hindu vote bank. If you win 60% of the Hindu vote, you're very likely to win the election. And then keep the electorate contented with handouts. Through digital transfer, 2,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees, बस इतना काफी है. Nothing else. We can't give you good schools, good hospitals, good roads, let alone dignified jobs, let alone a standing of your country in the world. We can save you from starvation and privation, and we can give you this vicarious pride that we are better than Muslims. Ignore or nothing else they can offer. But for the time being, unless the opposition can offer a better alternative, a more credible leadership, ideally a new leadership, that's what we are stuck with.
The opposition or many people who do not support this polarization in politics, they often say that with these kind of compromised institutions, lack of supply of any sort of resource, and then, how does an opposition stitch something together, and how do we reverse this polarization that's kind of gone through the entire mainstream media into the minds of people, especially places like Bengal, Kerala being polarized by religion, a first elected communist government being polarized with religion. It's quite a...
I don't discount that. I agree with you, Kunal. I mean, the hurdles are enormous. In money, organization, compromised institutions. The Election Commission being the latest to completely succumb and become an arm of the state. The judiciary, dangerously so. I wrote a piece in the Indian Express 3 years ago, maybe 3.5 years ago, where I said, if the Supreme Court continues to be so pro-government, it may be known as a collaborationist court. Now, I may have to drop that may right now. Okay, all that may be true. But if you look at You know, I can't write a prescription for the opposition to beat Modi. But as a person who studies history,
2025 was the year of images. 2026 is the year of AI films. Don't be 2 years late again one more time. In my upcoming AI film,
I was in USA. It was our wedding anniversary and I called him from there and he just said, you know, Aparna, we need to separate because I've fallen out of love with you, do not like you anymore and you are the ugliest woman I've come across in my life. And then one day he just left home. जब मैंने औरतों की सब स्ट्रगल के बारे में सुना, मेरे लिए वो एक्चुअली एलियन था। घर के बाहर निकलना, पढ़ाई करना। मैं ना नागर कम्युनिटी से हूँ। हमारे यहाँ बेटी का जन्म ज्यादा शुभ माना जाता है।
Really?
हाँ, बेटे से भी ज्यादा। हमारे यहाँ तो उल्टा दहेज है, बहू को बहुत देना पड़ता है।
हाँ जी,
बहू को बहुत देना पड़ता है।
तो ये लड़की जब दुनिया में एंटर करती है तो दुनिया इसके बारे में क्या कहती है?
एक बार ऐसा हुआ था क्योंकि वॉज ऑन एट द पीक। जैसे मैं एंटर हुई ना, पीपल आर पुलिंग मी एंड पुशिंग मी। किसी ने मुझे सिगरेट लगा दी, पूरे लोगों ने सर्कल बनाया। दैट टाइम एवरीबडी टच मी एवरीवेयर। आई सेड ओके, टच कर लो, क्या मिलेगा। When I was pregnant with Khushali, I was so young. My mom said कि you're too young to have a child. So my mother-in-law said, हाँ, लेकिन माँ तो बनने वाली है। She said 4 महीने की खुशहाली हुई। She said get back to work.
अपारा जी, वेलकम टू द मेल फेमिनिस्ट। कैसे हैं आप?
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. आप उस सब शादी करती है, बट वंस अ नागर ऑलवेज अ नागर। दर्शन इज अ वैष्णव बनिया है दर्शन, और हम लोग नागर्स। सो इफ एनीबडी आस्क्स मी कि आप कौन सी कम्युनिटी, मैं कहूँगी नागर। मैं ना बहुत उनकी शादी के 10 साल के बाद में बॉर्न हुई।
तो ये तो काफी क्वेश्चनेबल चीज हुई हो सकती है।
नहीं, हमारे में वो क्वेश्चनेबल नहीं
अच्छा,
होता है।
इसमें ऐसे
हाँ, नहीं होता है। बट दे वर रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू अ चाइल्ड एंड आई वाज बोर्न।
एंड वर यू सेलिब्रेटेड बिकॉज़ यू आर अ गर्ल चाइल्ड?
वेरी मच सेलिब्रेटेड। अराउंड मैं 13 साल की हुई तभी मैं लोगों की मन्नतें कंप्लीट कर रही थी।
कैसा जीवन है ये?
बहुत सिंपल और बहुत डिफरेंट।
ये आज हम एक तरीके से मेल फेमिनिस्ट के तहत शायद इसके लिए लड़ते हैं या जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि ऐसा होगा तो कैसा होगा, दहेज प्रथा बंद करी जा सकती है क्या?
हमारे यहाँ तो उल्टा दहेज है,
क्या
बहू
मतलब?
को बहुत देना पड़ता है।
हाँ जी,
बहू को बहुत देना पड़ता है। और बेटी को जब विदाई होती है शादी के वक्त, तो कोई भी पूछेगा कि बेटी को क्या दिया, तो फादर कहेगा एजुकेशन।
तो ये लड़की जब दुनिया में एंटर करती है तो दुनिया इसके बारे में क्या कहती है?
क्या होता है जब भी आप छोटे होते हो ना, तो लगता है ऐसी ही दुनिया होती है। मतलब मैं छोटी थी तो मुझे लगता है हाथ का शेप ऐसा ही हो सकता है, किसी का अलग हो सकता है, ये मुझे पता ही नहीं था। और मैं कम्प्लीटली मुंबई की हूँ। वैसे भावनगर में बॉर्न हुई हूँ, लेकिन मैं रही नहीं हूँ ज़्यादा। 3-4 साल मेरी लाइफ के वहाँ रही हूँ, बाकी मुंबई की हूँ। जब मैं सब लोगों को जानने लगी, पहचानने लगी, तब मुझे पता चला कि ओ गॉड, देयर आर डिफरेंट वेज ऑफ लाइफ। एंड जब मैंने औरतों की सब स्ट्रगल के बारे में सुना, मेरे लिए वो एक्चुअली एलियन था। हमारे जैसा नहीं है सब। घर के बाहर निकलना, पढ़ाई करना। मेरी मम्मी MA थी उनके ज़माने में, एंड शी पास्ड अवे 3 years ago at 91। तो हमारे यहाँ पढ़ाई लिखाई तो नेचुरल नॉर्मल मतलब होना ही चाहिए ना। हाँ, जैसे खाना पीना है वैसे पढ़ाई है। तो ये सब कभी इट वाज नेवर एन इशू। तो मैं ये कब की बात कर रही हूँ, 60s, लेट 60s, 70s इसकी बात कर रही हूँ, कि जब ऐसा ही माहौल था हमारे लिए, हमारी कम्युनिटी में, कि बेटी का पैदा होना बहुत सेलिब्रेट किया जाता था, और इक्वल कभी ये सोचा ही नहीं, जेंडर वॉज नेवर एन इशू। सो बेसिकली ये सब जब नॉन गुजरातीज को मिलने लगी, तब मेरी समझ में आने लगा कि ओ माई गॉड, देयर इज़ अ स्ट्रगल फॉर अ फीमेल टू वांट टू स्टडी फर्दर। आगे पढ़ना हो तो ये कुछ ऐसा कुछ सीखना हो तो कोई ऐसे प्रोफेशन में जाना हो जो बहुत अलग हो। वो सब जब मुझे पता चलने लगा ना, पहले तो मेरी समझ में नहीं आया कि कौन सी दुनिया की मैं बात देख रही हूँ मैं, कौन सी दुनिया है ये। सी, महाराष्ट्रियंस आर ऑल्सो वेरी एडवांस्ड। गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र 2 जगह पर हम लोग सिर पे पल्लू नहीं लेते हैं। तो ये घूंघट निकालना, सर पे पल्लू लेना शादी के बाद, ये सब हमारे में था ही नहीं।
There is Rajasthan had to deal with external extruders.
Yeah.
So for them, protecting their ladies could have come through this patriarchal habit.
Exactly.
Which may not need to be existing today, Sunlo bhai.
See, I'm a happy person, satisfied person, led my life my way person. सब थोड़ा मतलब ये है कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी है एंड आई एम सो मेरे लिए ये सब बहुत आसान था।
एक लिमिटलेस होने का आपको एनवायरनमेंट प्रोवाइड किया गया, ये एनवायरनमेंट क्या होता है और इसको पाने पे एक लड़की को क्या लगता है, वो क्या उखाड़ सकती है?
पहले तो लगता ही नहीं है कि ये अलग है।
हाँ,
पहले तो लगता है यही नेचुरल है। जब when I started knowing other people's struggle, then I realized and I started valuing what I had much more.
एंड आप ऐसा कंट्रोवर्शियली कट्टू सास प्ले की जो एक तरीके से क्वेश्चनेबल है आज की तारीख में।
थोड़ा कभी कभी मुझे लगता था कि सविता कभी हंसती नहीं है एंड आई एम अ फन पर्सन, यू नो, हैप्पी गो लकी हूँ, हर चीज में मैं हंसती हूँ। हाँ, मेरे लिए कभी कभी मेरे दिमाग में ये होता था कि कोई सास ऐसे कैसी हो सकती है। मतलब अगेन शी वॉज अ ग्रे कैरेक्टर, शी वॉज नॉट ब्लैक एंड वाइट। कैसा था कि तुलसी तब तक पसंद आती है जब तक वो पुजारी की बेटी के तौर पर घर आती है।
जी।
शी हैज अ प्रॉब्लम व्हेन शी मैरिज मिहिर, तभी उसका प्रॉब्लम शुरू होता है कि शी वांटेड सोशियो इकोनॉमिक इक्वल स्ट्राटा में शादी करनी थी उसे।
आज भी बहुत बड़ा सत्य है, द सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्ट्राटा एक्चुअली ट्रिकल्स इनटू ए फेमिनिस्टिक प्रॉब्लमेटिक थिंग्स दैट मदर इन लॉज पोज ऑन टू वुमेन।
कहीं ना कहीं वो सही भी है, बिकॉज इफ यू मैरी टू हाई अप you are in a problem, too low down you are in a problem। तो ये तो नॉर्मल है। आई थिंक एवरी पेरेंट वुड वांट के अपनी बेटी सेम सोशो।
बट फ्रॉम समवन हु डिड अ लव मैरिज टू समवन हु डिड अ लव मैरिज, it is so tricky. You don't look at bank balance when you're falling in love. You just fall in love.
At 18 and 21, me and Darshan were still studying.
Dude, you were doing love marriages before. I didn't know love marriages could have existed.
Yeah.
हम रत्ना जी से बात किए, हम कई महिलाओं से बात करके रियलाइज किए आप लोग पहले ही खेल के बैठे हो।
हाँ, सब पहले ही कर लिया है। So happy me and Darshan married each other. पहले हमने भाग के शादी कर ली, बाद में अपने अपने घर गए। फिर मेरे पास वो लेटर आया कि आई हैड नॉट अटेंडेड द कॉलेज फॉर सो मेनी।
Wait, you were in college and you ran away from college?
Got married and went home. He went to his place, I went to my place.
And college?
College तो मतलब वो लेटर आया कि I was not attending the college. I was सुबह में 7 बजे से दोपहर के 12 बजे मैं दर्शन के साथ बैठी होती थी।
किधर?
रसराज रेस्टोरेंट थी मिठी बाई के पास, उसमें। My mother was very strict about my studies, so that letter came in my hand. So I told Darshan and his family, I said, अरे ये तो my parents will never, my mother will never agree to this. So then I said, मुझे भाग कर आ जाना पड़ेगा घर। So
तो
then
आप escape करके घर चली गई?
मैं दर्शन के घर चली गई।
अच्छा, दर्शन।
Then his family said ऐसे नहीं, we have to। My mom was also an actor, my mother-in-law was also an actor from Gujarati theatre। तो कहे कि हम जाकर हमें we should talk to your parents। And then my father said that, see, you have left us with no choice, so we accept this marriage, but we don't accept this marriage the way it was done, so we will want to get you married again।
Okay, fair enough.
So
this
बहुत
story
बड़ी
is
शादी
true,
की।
except it is like this true।
हाँ, तो हम दोनों ने 2 बार एक दूसरे से शादी की है।
वाह 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 वाह, ऐसे
Same
सत्य
person के
देखिए।
साथ।
वही होता है इंटरनेट पे, क्या होता है एक्स्ट्रापोलेट होके जब आंसर ऐसा आता है तो मुझे लगता है you all were on a break and then got married again। No,
No.
You all were married,
Within 6
escaped।
months. I had to marry by the time it was April में, क्योंकि नहीं तो मेरी मम्मी को मुझे बताना पड़ता कि मैं एग्जाम में अपीयर क्यों नहीं कर रही हूँ। यही मुद्दा था।
प्रॉब्लम्स ही अलग है, ये होती है मेट्रिलिनी वाली प्रॉब्लम्स।
Okay, I'll also tell you one more incident।
बताओ।
मुझे हमेशा लाल बड़ी बिंदी कुंकू की वो भी लगाना बहुत पसंद था। मेरी लाइफ का एम क्या था व्हेन आई मैरिड दर्शन, कि मैं ना जब भी शादी करूंगी ना तो मेरे लंबे बालों की लूज चोटी, कॉटन की साड़ी, लंबा सा मंगलसूत्र, लाल बिंदी, सिंदूर। 6 बजे को दर्शन जब घर आएंगे तो चाय लेकर रेडी होंगी। बिलीव मी, एक भी दिन मेरी लाइफ में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है, एक भी दिन नहीं। यू नो वॉट, from the time first month of my marriage and I was acting in plays, I had no time।
This is the tricky part about feminism, folks। सुन लो भाई, you can decide to be a really loving partner who would want to do this to her partner। I continue to say partner because
क्रॉस नहीं करने का। We were the best friends। It was she who decided that if 2 में से एक बेटा अगर अलग होगा, घर अभी बड़ा चाहिए तो it will be दर्शन एंड अपरा, because their life is always going to be very different। उनकी लाइफ में कुछ सोशल नहीं हो सकेगा। I think she had a vision।
Yeah, very cool।
2 people that I miss the most when I talk about my career or my whatever I achieved in life is my dad। He could not see a lot of things that I achieved, and my mother-in-law, because she was the one who said, ये लड़की मेरा नाम आगे लेकर जाएगी.
What?
Yeah.
ये अलग लेवल का कॉन्फिडेंस देता होगा ना जिंदगी में आपको.
Yeah.
क्योंकि आप तो एज ए सास एक तरीके से ही लोग देखेंगे.
And even
आज भी
today,
इंटरव्यू डालेंगे
with
तब
me,
छोट मोट जिन पानी कम ଟିକେ ଖୋଲି ମାନେ ସଫା କରିକି ଆମେ ବି କରିପାରିବୁ ଆମେ କଣ କରୁଛୁ ତ ଏଇଟା ହେଇଗଲା ତୋର बिजनेस फास्ट तोर आसियो तोर कौन इंट्रोडक्टरी ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ କହିବା କଥା that ମାନେ ଏଇ ବିଷୟରେ ଆମର ବହୁତ ସାରା ଡିସ୍କସନ ହେଇଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ ଡକ୍ଟରଟେ ଟାଟୁ ବାଟ ବନେଇବ ହେଲା ଆଉ ପୁରା ନିଶାରେ ଥିବ ତ ତାଠୁ କିଛି ସର୍ଜରୀ କରିବି ସେ ଯଦି ପୋଷ୍ଟ ସବୁ ରେପ୍ ଫେପ୍ ଉପରେ ପୋଷ୍ଟ ପକେଇବ ତ ଏ ଡକ୍ଟର ସେ ଯେତେ ବି ଏଫିସିଏଣ୍ଟ ଯିବୁନି ନା କାହିଁକି କର ମାଡ଼ିକି ସାଇକେଲ ତ ଯେହେତୁ ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ବିଜନେସ୍ କରୁଛୁ ତ ତୋର ଗୋଟେ ପର୍ସନା ରହିବ ଏବେ ମୁଁ କାହିଁ ଏତେ ଏପଟ ସେପଟ ବିକଜ ମୁଁ ମୋର ଯୋଉ ନେଚର ଅଛି या तो ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଚାଇଲ୍ଡିଶ या तो ପୁରା ଚୁପଚାପ ହେଲା ତ ଯଦି ମୁଁ କାଲିକୁ if I am doing tarot is all about what guiding people ହେଲା ଗୋଟେ ଗାଇଡେନ୍ସ ତମେ ଇଏ କର ତ ଯଦି ମୁଁ ସେଠି ନେଫେଡାମି କରିବି ସେଠି ମତେ କିଏ ସିରିୟସଲି ନେବେ ଯେହେତୁ ମୋ ସାଙ୍ଗମାନେ ମତେ ନିଅନ୍ତି ହେଲା ତ କୋଉଠି ନା କୋଉଠି ନିଜ ଭିତରେ ଟିକେ ସେଇ ଗୋଟେ ପର୍ସନାଲ କ୍ରିଏଟ କରିବାକୁ ହିଁ ପଡେ foul language so you are a coach ଯଦି ନିଜକୁ ସେମିତି ପରେ ଦେଖିବା ଚାହୁଁଛି you have to behave like that ହେଲା ଚିଣ୍ଡିଆ ଭଳିଆ ହେଲେ ଯୋଉ ଏଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ ମୁଁ ପଢୁଥିଲି ଯୋଉମାନେ କପଡା ଗୁଡା କିଣି ଦେଇକି ରଖିଦିଅନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ସବୁ ଚିଣ୍ଡିଆ ହେଲା କିଣିକି ସବୁ ରଖିଛୁ କୋଉ କାଳର କେବେ ଗୋଟେ ପିନ୍ଧିବି ବୋଲି ଏଟା ସବୁ ଚିଣ୍ଡିଆ ହେଲା these are also energy so ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଅଛି first of all believe that you already said trillionaire position ରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବ so trillionaire position ରେ ଯେତିକି ତୁ TED Talk ଦେଖୁ କି फालतू ଜିନିଷ ନ ଦେଖିକି politics ଯୋଉ ଗାଳି ବାଳି ଦଉଛନ୍ତି that is just an interest don't mix your interest with your business those are different things तोर जदि पॉलिटिशियन रो जो लोक अछथि they are not your target audience तो तोर जदि जो तते पढ़ाई होची ଟିକେ मुंड फटा कि तोर प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विस कोन तते जदि के ओडे कहूची तो 50 टा शॉर्ट्स पका रिमिक्स करे they are also saying right हला you have to identify कि 50 टा शॉर्ट पके भी तार ROI को आस हला 50 टा शॉर्ट पकेटा आजि कल के टाइम रे किछि बट तू जदि 10 टा शॉर्ट भी जदि इंपैक्टफुल पकेबू that is more important so rather than mo बहुत overwork करबी universe doesn't reward those people who are खाली काम करता हैला ठीक है रिसीविंग एंड रे भी आ इंपैक्ट क्रिएट करिया चेष्टा एबे देख तू एला जो तोर पॉलिटिक्स रिमिक्स तू करू ताकू भी रख बट ताकू 90% कर दे मेन तो जो भी शॉर्ट्स तो कर दो शॉर्ट ना मैंने शॉर्ट्स these are all कौन कि तू एला आइडेंटिफाई करे कि जो तू कंटेंट गुडा पकोछु सेटा फॉर द सेक ऑफ खाली हां मैं करूची ଗୋଟେ कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन होची एथि से या एक्चुअली आई वांट टू डू समथिंग अबाउट କାରଣ ସେଟା I want to do something about it ଭଳିଆ ହଉ ତ ଦିନ ସାରା ମୁଁ କାମ ହୁଏ so there is something that is problem ହେଲା କି ଏତେ ମୁଁ କାମ କରିଲି knowledge ନେବି but ମୁଁ ସେଲ୍ କାଇଁ କରିପାରୁନି ସେଲ୍ ଏଥିପାଇଁ ତୁ କରିବ because ତୋର ତତେ ଦେଖିକି ମୁଁ କେମିତି କରିବି ଯଦି ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ହାଇ ଲେଭେଲ ପ୍ରୋଫେସନାଲ ଅଛି ମୁଁ ଯଦି ପଇସା ଦେବାକୁ ରେଡି ହଉଛି that means ମୋର ସରାଉଣ୍ଡିଂ ରେ ଆଉ କେତେ ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ଲୋକ ଅଛନ୍ତି तोर जदि हाई पैकेज जदि 60,000 70,000 तोर जदि पैकेज अछि सो 70,000 जदि दबो तार पर्सनालिटी केमति थि तार सराउंडिंग इज नॉट छोटो मोटो तार सराउंडिंग सब हाई क्लास दे कैरी देमसेल्व्स सो से लोक को न जाई तो वो काई सो इट इज नॉट ओनली अबाउट नॉलेज तो पर्सनालिटी को तो नॉलेज देखा जाए हैला द वे यू कैरी तो तोर कोन टिके देखे जेतले तू गोटे पढौ तो तोर कंटेंट बहुत भल बट से कंटेंट सुनिया पे सेति के एंगेजमेंट न लोक मान को एंगेज हो भल एबे मु किते एग्जांपल करि छी टैरो रे मु वर्ष हेलानी टैरो ले एतेटा लोक को दे तो सेई फेरे गोटे अछि जो एस्ट्रोनॉमी से कोन करे से लाइव जीवो से गीत गाइबो के जोक करियो सो टैरो रीडिंग में से कोन एक्स्ट्रा तारी यूनिकनेस नहीं है तार आसीबो 1 आवर रे 8000 व्यूज सेटा मु कैलकुलेट करछि से कोन डिफरेंट ता करछि सो एक्चुअली तमर नीश में एटा जो तू प्रोवाइड करछ इट इज नथिंग डिफरेंट आई थिंक समझ लो तोर यूनिकनेस लैक दिखे तोर जो नॉलेज का तोर कोर्सेस इज गुड बट इट इज नॉट एंगेजिंग ना ताको टिके एंगेज करिया को हेले जेमिति राहुल करछ तू शिखी को राहुल कोन करछ राहुल ले मतलब पढो से एंगेज करछ सेटा हैला इंपोर्टेंट तमरा मु जत्ता बेले देखे गप्प सप होउछ आ लोक मानो तो सेटा ही द कि तू जे गोटे ग्रुप रे अछु से क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप कर कि काई कि तमे आसी कि तमर कोन ता चेंज हो आम कॉपीराइटिंग ऑलरेडी तबे तू सेटा भाबे तू तोर जो टारगेट अछि हला सोफी से तो कथा रहनी ताकर गोटे माइंडसेट तू बुझिबो बट तोर माइंडसेट जो अच्छी सेटा कि एगो मामी मामू को देख से माने एजुकेटेड अछंती बट कैन दे अलाइन विथ योर माइंडसेट इवन दो दे एजुकेटेड दे अंडरस्टैंड ऑल दिस पॉइंट्स बट डू दे हैव दैट अलाइनमेंट इन देयर माइंडसेट नहीं हला तो सेमिति सेही लोक 98% इंडिया रे अछि हला सो जदि तोर हाई एंड अछि द वे यू कैरी योरसेल्फ मते नजमा भी कर कि ने टिके सेमिति ग्रूमिंग कर एबे मोर एक्चुअली मते मो सांगो माना भीतर मते रियलाइज होला दे डोंट टेक मी सीरियस हला व्हाई तो मु तांबी से तो कथा है से मते कहले कि तोर गोटे यूनिकनेस अछि हला बट से यूनिकनेस ना तो समस्त एक्सेप्ट करि परिबे राइट एबे ता मा बड़ खुशी फैमिली फैमिली सब कहि कि ए मनीषा बहुत अच्छी है ये डांस किया गाना सुना कौन बट जो वो बड़ा अच्छा जे तुम ओपन माइंडेड दे सी दैट एज फॉरवर्ड हला तो से माने कोन कि जो वो अधिक कर देन तो मु रिएक्ट हो जाए तो से सेटा कहले कि निजो को दिखे इनकी सटल करियो पड़ो कैरी करियो एबे मु यूनिकनेस तो फॉलो करी बट कोन सेटा मते एक्सेप्ट करूची हां मते एक्सेप्ट करूची राइट मु निजो प्रेजेंट जा करूची जल्दी मोर बाउंड्री के क्रॉस कर दबो तो मत सेटा खराब लागियो ना तो आई हैव टू टेक सम सो सिमिलरली जब तू गोटे प्रिलिमिनरी पोजीशन रे निजो देखि तू हम ना जो I already have trillion no you have to believe you have to live with that you all are ruined penthouse you literally feel करे I am a millionaire hella I feel that opportunity comes हाँ this is my penthouse I'm छात्र अच्छे पर penthouse अच्छे I feel ମୁଁ जो ଘରେ भी स्टाइल करी पिंदी जाउ था why ମୁଁ ନିଜକୁ already luxury ଭାବେ ହେଲା ତ ଏବେ ତୁ ଯୋଉ ନିଜକୁ carry କରୁ ହେଲା ଏବେ ମୋର ବି ସେଟା ହେଇଗଲାଣି ନଜମା କାଲି ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ଫଟୋ ଦେଖିଗଲାଣି କଲେଜରୁ ନେଇକି ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ମୁଁ ଟ୍ରାନଜିସନ କଲି ମଝିରେ ମୁଁ ପତଳା ହେଇକି ସୁନ୍ଦର ଯାଉଥିଲି ଆଉ ଏବେ ସେ ମତେ ଦେଖିଲା କହିଲା कि तेरा डिटरेशन हो रहा है तेरा ऐसे ग्रो करके ऐसे देख बीच में कितनी फेमिनिन लग रही थी कितनी सुंदर लग रही थी अच्छी लग रही थी एंड ये अट्रैक्ट करता है ठीक है अभी तो खुद को दे एमिति ମୁଁ ବସିଛି ହେଲା ମୁହଁ କଳା ହେଇଯାଇଛି हैं ସବୁଆଡୁ ତ ସେ କହିଲା किसको दे डू यू फील कॉन्फिडेंट ମୁଁ କହିଲି ମତେ ଦେଖିକି ସେମିତିରେ ବି କିଏ ଆସିନି ହାଁ କେହି ବି ମତେ କନଫିଡେଣ୍ଟଲି ଟ୍ରଷ୍ଟ ରିଲାଏବଲି ଭାବିବେନି इवन though I am reliable ओके तो तोर जो କଥା ଅଛି ଜିନିଷ ହେଲା ମତେ पर्सनली ଲାଗେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖେ ହେଇକି ଆଣ୍ଡ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଯାଇଥିଲି କୋଉଠି ତ କୋଉଠି ତୋର ସେଇଠି ଯୋଉ पर्सनालिटी ଥାଏ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଏଇଠି ଯୋଉ पर्सनालिटी ସେଇଟା ବହୁତ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ पर्सनालिटी दैट इज रियल दिस इज नॉट रियल दैट इज व्हाई यू आर नॉट एबल टू ହେଲା ତୋର ଯୋଉ ସେଇଟା ଯେ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟ ତ ମତେ ଲାଗେ ଯେ ତୋର ଲୋକଙ୍କ ଥିଲେ ହେଇକି ତୁ ଭଲ ଗପିବୁ ହେଲା ବଟ୍ ଯୋଉ ଏଇଥିରେ ଯେ ତୋର ଏମିତି ଡର ବହୁତ ଧୀରେ ସେଟା ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟଫୁଲ ଲାଗେ या तो तू एटलीस्ट भी अधघंटा भी गप है ना इम्पैक्टफुल हवा दरकार कारण तू गप तो कंटेंट भल अच्छे कि जो कम्युनिकेशन स्टाइल से देखिए काम अच्छी कॉन्फिडेंस एंड तते जो तू फास्ट ऑफ ऑल ए जो जिंस अच्छे ना मेहनत ता जो करियर अच्छी हार्ड वर्क इज नथिंग इफ यू जस्ट फोकस ऑन सम स्मार्ट वर्क एबिलिटीज एमती की ଏଇ ଦୁନିଆରେ କିଏ ପାଠ ଦେଖନ୍ତି ସବୁ ବାହାର ଦିଖାବା ଯେ କେତେ ତୁ ଭଲ ଦେଖା ହଉଛୁ କେତେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେବଲ ଅଛି କେତେ ତୋର ଟେଷ୍ଟିମୋନିଆଲ ଅଛି କେତେଟା ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟ କରିଦେଇଛୁ ତୋର ସେଇଗୁଡ଼ା ଦେଖ ଏବେ ଯେହେତୁ ଟେଷ୍ଟିମୋନିଆଲ ନାହିଁ ଲୋକମାନେ ଆପ୍ରୋଚ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଏବେ ରାହୁଲକୁ ଦେଖ ହି ଲୁକ୍ସ କନଫିଡେଣ୍ଟ ୟଙ୍ଗ ଅଛି ତାକୁ ଦେଖିକି କିଛି ଡର ସେ ଡର ହେଇଯିବ କଣ ସମସ୍ତେ ଏନଗେଜ କରିବେ ନା ହି ଲିଡ୍ସ ତାର ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି ସୋ ତୁ ଯଦି ନିଜକୁ ମିରରରେ ଦେଖୁଛୁ can you see yourself as a leader ମାନେ genuinely କହ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି କେବେ କେବେ ଆମ ନିଜର ଇଗୋ ହର୍ଟ ହେଲା ତୋର ଟିକେ ହର୍ଟ ହୁଏ ତ ନିଜକୁ ଟିକେ as a leadership position ରେ ନିଜକୁ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ମାନେ when you see the way you carry the way you dress up the way you are राहुल कौन मिला कौन चेंज करा इस कारण से सेव होगा I signed. ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଏବେ ଅଫିସରେ ନାହୁଁ ନା ତୁ କାହାର ସବଅର୍ଡିନେଟ ଅଛୁ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ କାମ କରିକି ତୀର ମାରିବାଟା ସେଟା ତୁ ତୋର କରୁଥା ଆଇ ଡୋଣ୍ଟ କେୟାର ବଟ୍ ଯେହେତୁ ଗୋଟେ ବିଜନେସରେ ଅଛୁ ସେଠି ତୁ କାହାକୁ ଇମ୍ପ୍ରେସ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ନା ଇଡି ଅଛି ସେଇଠି ନା କେହି ଅଛି ସେଇ ସେମ୍ ଜିନିଷଟା ଏଇଠି ବିଜନେସରେ ବି ହୁଏ ମାନେ ଯୋଉ ମୁଁ କୋଚିଂ କରୁଛି ସେଇଠାରେ ବି କଣ ହଉଛି ନା ଏତେ ଦିନରୁ ମୁଁ ଇଂଲିଶ ଦେଖୁଛି ତ ଆଇ ନୋ ହ୍ୱାଟ ଏଭର ଟାଇମଟା ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରୁଛି ଆଗରୁ କଣ
and Darshan not living together, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, we are so close to each other.
है
Extremely close to
बहुत
each other.
सुंदर. आप लोग रीराइट कर रहे हो, हम इंस्टीट्यूट